Karen, you're unmuted, so, and the mic's pointing it.
Good morning, Karen.
I'm just telling you that.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call the Winchester School Committee meeting to order at 9:36 a.m. We have a quorum. We actually have our full committee here with one member participating remotely, and so all the votes will be roll call votes today as a result. Wonderful. So our first item of business is public comment. People who are here for public comment should have signed in over on the clipboard over there. And I will read our public comment information here. Public comment shall be for a period of 20 minutes. This generally allows time for about 6 or 7 speakers. Any citizen wishing to speak before the committee shall identify themselves by name and address and shall speak for no longer than 3 minutes. All remarks will be addressed through the chair of the meeting. Public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between citizens of the committee, so the committee members are not going to respond. We're just here to listen. Public comment is a citizen's opportunity to express their opinions on issues of school committee business. Written comments longer than 3 minutes may be presented to the committee before or after our meetings for the committee's review and consideration at an appropriate time, and those can be submitted to schoolcommittee@winchesterps.org. Dr. Matthews is going to be our timekeeper, and before I ask him to let us know who is first, I also failed to mention the reason I am running the meeting today is that our chair is remote, and she had asked me to, as vice chair, step in and run the meeting today. So, but she is here with us virtually. With that, Dr. Matthews, do you want to let us know who our first presenter is?
Good morning. So we have 3 people signed up for public comment, and the first one is Anthea Brady.
Wonderful, Anthea.
Good morning. It's dangerous getting up here. My name is Anthea Brady from 15 Clematis Street. I'm the parent of a rising second grader at Morocco and a preschooler who will enter kindergarten in a few years. I also have 15 years experience in K-12 education policy and research, including identifying research for the What Works Clearinghouse and providing implementation support for National Technical Assistance Centers in differentiated instruction, inclusion, progress monitoring, and response to intervention. I took the opportunity last night to read through the report and found that it lays out what a lot of families have suspected for many years and a lot of people have talked about quite a bit. I appreciate that it clearly articulates these concerns, but I find it disturbing that it illustrates a systemic failure that tracks back for many years. My question upon reading the report for the administration and the committee is, what's the next step? How will the district address the issues? And who's responsible for resolving the issues? Where does the instructional leadership find who'll be accountable for getting the work done? What I've seen in my experience in many years is that there is support available to states, to districts, to schools to make these types of changes. There are providers like the National MTSS Center who have the staff, resources, and toolkits that can support districts like Winchester. I know as a TA provider that it's hard to implement best practices if there isn't a buy-in and desire for change. So I hope that we're ready for that change and can commit to moving forward to improve literacy for all students across the district. Thanks.
Thank you.
So our next comment is from Sarah Gannon.
Hi, good morning. Sarah Gannon, 10 Lloyd Street. I worked in Winchester for 18 years before I left, really relating to literacy. So I co-direct a consulting firm relating to system-level change, so I felt like it was kind of time to weigh in. I've been pretty quiet about this issue. But after reading the report, I kind of wanted to provide some context just from a personal point of view. So my husband and I first met with you, Jen, about 4 years ago to bring up issues related to literacy and my daughter's experience in the system. We presented you with a well-documented timeline of her experience and the system failures she encountered, and your response was to thank me for my time and to never follow up. Soon after, 70 families wrote a well-researched letter on curriculum issues at hand. Michelle, Karen, and Chris, who are current members, then received the letter. And the response was underwhelming. We felt like no one was listening. There was really no time to have a comment. There was no back and forth. It felt sort of like an us versus them mentality. Over the years, I met with Michelle, Tom, Karen. Everybody has been made aware of the situation, and it felt like from the very start that it was, again, a small group of people who were concerned with this. And I think over the years, it's been pretty clear that was maybe started as individuals, morphed into 70 families, 400 families, and now there are teachers here who are also concerned about the problems that we see. So I'm here really asking for what are the next steps? I feel like we've reached a point where it's pretty clear there's a problem. And in order to create change, I think there needs to be leadership that has some mutual respect and trust. And from that report, it was pretty clear that that's not going to happen. So I'm urging the school committee to consider how they can move forward with the task at hand to address the issues that were released in the report.
Thank you.
So our final speaker that signed up is Nora Cooney.
Hey, Nora.
Hello, how are you? I'm Nora Cooney. I live at 10 Oneida Road. I do want to start by saying thank you so much to Dr. Hackett and the school committee for undergoing the literacy study. I know it can be hard to kind of confront what's going on sometimes, and for releasing it to the public so that we're able to see in detail what the results were. We really appreciate it. I appreciate you hearing from parents and teachers and being responsive in that way. I also really want to thank the families who've been kind of ringing this bell for a while, and it took a lot of hits in starting to helping people become aware of this, as well as the teachers who have been doing it on their own in their classrooms, making these changes and trying to get this attention as well. I read all 111 pages of the report yesterday, and I'm very eager to hear the response from the administration, from the school committee, so I don't have any real comments on the report itself other than to just say, despite me being obviously very outspoken during this process, and as a result of that, hearing from some teachers, so I was aware a bit of kind of what was going on. I was truly shocked when I read the report, just with how overwhelming it was. We kept hearing from the administration school committee that potentially there was this whole other group of people we weren't hearing from that had differing views than us, and that we weren't really representative potentially of the larger issues going on, what teachers thought or what parents thought. And I think this report makes it clear that's not the case. And I hope that really is something that is looked at, because I was just heartbroken for our teachers in seeing kind of the lack of support and how much they take on themselves. It's already the hardest job in the world, and we don't need to be making it harder for them. And I think, frankly, this district isn't spending enough on our schools and on our teachers and on what they need and what our kids need. And we're a very wealthy district, and that's not coming. I know we don't have the business funds, but we have a lot of money in this town, and we need to start putting money where our mouth is, so to speak. And our teachers should not be bearing the burden of essentially creating curriculum on their own and doing a lot of work that, frankly, I don't think they're being paid to do. And on that note, I just wanted to say this is going to require a lot of parent effort to get money from the town and changes. So I want to urge the community that we have to now step up and help the school and teachers get what they need now that we've kind of raised this issue. And on that note, I also want to urge the school, there are some grants available on DESE that's coming up right now for kind of this type of thing, like a 5-year support. The reality is Winchester, because of our scores and because of our wealth, likely won't get it. But I think we need to show the finance committee in the town that you're exploring all options to get the funding needed, and to show that without this town itself stepping up, then we will not get this money from potentially other avenues. So one is literally being released, I think, next week. I'd be happy to send it to you. And I want to make sure we're applying for that and doing everything we can, because it's clear from this report that something needs to change, both on literacy, but I hope the school committee also takes a step back and sees it potentially as a larger call to action to explore culture issues or what teachers feel across the board and make sure we're really hearing from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who hasn't signed in for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Thank you very much for those of you who spoke. Our next item of business is moving on to our superintendent report and update.
Doesn't have to go in that order if you don't want it to. Good evening, right? Good morning, everybody. Not usually here at this time in the morning, but I appreciate all of you making it and being here. And obviously, we're all waiting to hear from the collaborative and to provide an overview of the report that was done, the study that was done. I just have a few comments, just I think in terms of kind of the process itself and today specifically. I received the report from the collaborative yesterday. I sent it, I had been watching my email to see it come in. I sent it relatively quickly to the school committee, and not too many minutes behind that, sent it to the public. So that everyone understands, the committee has not seen any of this. They saw it when you saw it. We had no committee members on the design team. I was not on the design team. Obviously, I had a little bit more communication with the collaborative throughout, but there hasn't been a meeting of the committee or any individual committee members with the design team or with the collaborative. So this is the first time this committee is seeing this report. I had the benefit, as I'm sure some of you have had the benefit, of going through, talking to some other people, kind of processing some of it along with others. This committee has not done that. And as much as I believe in the public body comes with restrictions, as I think many of you know, primarily open meeting law, which means that the members themselves cannot talk to each other about anything like this that's going to be on an agenda privately. They can ask clarifying questions, but as soon as it turns into, if it were to turn into a quorum, which is 3, then it's a violation of open meeting law. And this committee takes open meeting law very seriously. So while I know that, I just want to, I'm saying this because I believe the committee needs to, and somewhat deserves the opportunity to hear from the collaborative. They've had a chance to go through the report. I'm sure they have their own individual questions, and it's not to say that I have not talked to some individual committee members along the way as well, so I know that there are questions. But I think that the focus for the committee today has to be on that. And what I would be thinking how this would go for them would be that they would be asking clarifying questions, 111 or 12-page report, whatever the final number was. There's a lot of data there that the committee may have questions about. And I see this as the beginning of a process. I mean, we went through this. The recommendation was to do this study. It came from the leadership of the school committee and myself at the time. The committee signed up for this, and I understand the conditions that were around us at that time that was done, but it was, in my view, still the right thing to do. And at the time, there were people who I think were questioning the collaborative and connections, and is it going to be biased, and is it going to be honest, and is it going to be open? And I would like to think that everyone can now see that I think we got the report in full, that you have all had an opportunity to see it. It's a very difficult read for myself as a superintendent, clearly. Well, maybe not clearly, but it is. And I'm sure it is somewhat of a difficult read certainly for committee members as well as other members of the leadership team. But it is out there, right? So we know now we have a common ground around what people are saying, teachers specifically, around how they're feeling about literacy support, what they're using, the curriculum materials. I think there are a lot of questions that remain. It made me think about when I wrote my dissertation, the standard line of further study is needed on. And because with any study, more questions come. And I think that we need more data and more information on certain elements of this. I certainly have some questions that I would like to kind of start to drill down on more. And I say that also wanting to say that I'm not looking to put us into study nightmare circle that all we're going to do is studies before anyone asks the question. But there clearly are things, in my view, right now that we can begin to take action on. I'm not today going to outline a plan because all the reasons I just said. I think we really need to be reflective on what's in there and be reflective on the next steps as we move forward. So we went into this with, as I had said, really truly a genuine interest in understanding what was happening. We were hearing a lot of feedback from parents about their perception of what their experiences had been. And it was important for us to hear it from everybody. And the refrain that we had been hearing is that people do not dare to talk. So we put a lot of emphasis on the anonymous nature of this study and this process, specifically the questionnaire, the survey results. It was a very strong participation rate from teachers on that. There was a strong participation rate from from parents along the way as well. That I think that part of the study was important, and I think that promise was fulfilled, that we would do it in an anonymous way. And I was pleased to see that people put their confidence in that and stepped up and did participate when they were asked to. I want to thank the design team. They spent a lot of time with us, a lot of hours, a lot of energy and effort, and certainly thanking the collaborative for the work that they did with the design team. I did have a chance to meet with the design team, those members that could make it. I had one session Friday and one yesterday, and to really the feedback that I heard from them, those who gave feedback were very complimentary of the collaborative and the work that they had done, and how they navigated through what was, I'm sure, a very complicated process for them as well. So I guess that's the majority of what I kind of wanted to lead with, and I do have a few other comments, but I would want to hold those until after the report is provided. So there are a couple other items I was going to mention underneath my remarks, but I would just prefer that at this point we probably just move on to the report from the collaborative, and we can loop back to those if it's okay with the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to just express also, the appreciation, my appreciation and the committee's appreciation for all the parents and teachers who participated on the design committee, who participated in the surveys, the focus groups, and even those who didn't, but they talked to other folks and shared their input along the way, teachers as well. To the district for being willing to be vulnerable and run this process that allows us to really get to, as best we can, the ground truth so that we can make decisions based on that. And certainly to the collaborative for, their expert leadership through this process. As I understand it, this document, this report that's being presented is our best unvarnished sense of the ground truth, and it represents a very fulsome understanding of parent and teacher input from across all of our schools, across everything that we can. So our goal today is this is an opportunity. It's our first hearing of the report. We got it yesterday, like many of you. We spent a good chunk of yesterday reading the report, but today is the official presentation, and so we'll hear that today. And this is the culmination of a 6-month process, so it's quite comprehensive. And then we'll certainly ask clarifying questions and then digest a bit, and then the question that came up in public comment, what's next, is what's next. But for today, we need to just hear what is, and so with that, unless there's anything else, Dr. Hackett, I'll turn it over to, or do you want to introduce the collaborative folks? Or?
Sure. Welcome. Good morning. Good to see you. With us today is Catherine Brooks and Becky Mazur. Both were really kind of leads for the collaborative on through this process with Becky being the primary researcher. So it is good to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear us, or do we need
Just make that mic also is for WinCam, which is public access, but that speaker will also pick it up too.
Okay.
So if you could just
Okay.
Keep it close, yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
and the advice I would make is move it back and forth between you if you're.
depending on who's speaking?
Exactly.
Okay.
and don't drop it.
I will do my best. Thank you so much for welcoming us here this morning. I'm Becky. This is my colleague, Catherine. Our third colleague, Sahara Pradhan, cannot be here today because of a family situation, but she really wanted to be. She's here in spirit. And before I start, I just want to acknowledge that the three of us, we sit in what my dad would call the cheap seats. Our work is hard, but it is not nearly as difficult as the work of teaching kids how to read, of designing literacy programs, of educational leadership or system leadership. We're really aware of that, and we try to bring as much humility to our work, including this project, as possible. So it's in that spirit that we come to you today to talk a little bit about our study. And what we're going to do, obviously, it is long. Sorry for that. Very fast readers in Winchester. So it seems like a lot of people have already gone through it, at least somewhat. We're going to go through all of our findings very briefly. We'll spend a little bit more time on some than on others, but we're going to sort of overview all of them in this moment. We will try to go quickly. We know people do not have all day, and that we have proven ourselves to be, fairly prolix in our use of words. But please do interrupt us, stop us if there's something that you need to get clarified as we're moving through. And of course, at the end, please feel free to ask us questions, and we'll answer them to the best of our ability. So we'll start with our study overview. Our study was guided by some research questions. Actually, we can just go right to that next slide here. Oh, perfect. So this is our work is applied research, meaning that we're not seeking to create new knowledge or generalizable findings that would apply to other districts or other content areas. Our work is about asking questions related to specific programs, specific time and place for intended users with intended uses of a program. And in the case of Winchester's elementary literacy program, the primary intended users of the program are teachers and students. And so you'll see throughout our work that we really try to center particularly the voices of teachers. Students in this case are very young, so we get to their experiences partially through the perspectives of their teachers, and also largely through the perspectives and experiences of their parents and caregivers, who of course are stewarding their children's education and are in a really unique position to both observe and interact with their schooling, and therefore are also sort of key intended users of this program. So the largest question that guided our work was, what is the current state of the district's literacy program, and how is it experienced by educators or parents? And then we had some sub-questions beneath that we got to through our mix of methods that we used. I'll tell you a little bit about our team. There were three of us on the research team, me, Catherine, and Sahara. We also worked with two data analysts who helped us with some of the more quantitative work that we could not get to. We had two listening session facilitators, two primary listening session facilitators from the collaborative, who helped us design those sessions and deliver them. We also, because of the rate of participation, which was high, we had a lot of colleagues from the collaborative come and support those, but we had two main people. We also had two literacy advisors, Laurel Dickey, who's a longtime colleague of ours at the collaborative, and Dr. Judith Fontana, who's a professor emerita at George Mason University. Their job for us was really, because the three of us are not literacy experts, But in order to do this work, we really needed people who could speak the language of literacy, who could help us navigate, the vocabulary, the concepts, the things that we would need in order to do that work. So we were grateful for their support. And of course, we had our 16 design team members who really helped to oversee and shepherd us through this process, provided all kinds of insights and support for us, and we're very, very grateful. I think we might thank them several times in this slideshow because of their real centrality to helping us make sure we moved through this in a way that was as responsible and faithful to the work as we possibly could. So I'll tell you just a little bit about the methods that we used. We used a bunch, but there are two primary methods. One was surveys. We did a survey of teachers, a survey of literacy coaches, and a survey of parents and caregivers. Especially the teacher survey, we got very close to 100% participation of general education teachers. We also got a good amount of participation from their colleagues who are the special education co and tri teachers who are in the classroom with them. Strong participation from literacy coaches and specialists. And this 37% is really just our best estimate. It's very tricky to know exactly how many households there are, therefore how many households are represented. What we believe is that there's around 37% of households who currently have kids in the elementary or middle schools who are represented in the survey. There are many people who are not represented in the surveys or in our listening sessions. There are many groups we would have liked to talk to, but given the constraints of time, et cetera, we really focused in on these key stakeholder groups. We also did listening sessions. Listening sessions are so important to us because they help us complicate and add texture and nuance to what we discover when we do surveys. And here too, we also had very strong participation. 138 elementary educators. This included, we believe, very close to 100% of general education teachers in the elementary schools, in addition to many other special education teachers, specialists who came and joined the sessions as well. Literacy coaches and specialists. We also had a special session with special education program teachers, and 81 parents participated across 5 sessions of listening sessions, which are of course broken up into smaller sessions so that we could really more deeply hear from the people who came. And we did key informant interviews with district leaders to provide us with some background. It's worth noting here as we talk about participation and we talk about the strength of findings that comes from participation, is that when we do our listening sessions, and I recognize some of you, I think some of you have actually participated in them, we start really with, and what we do is ask 3 or 4, depending, most of the time we ask 3 anchor questions. These are broad, open-ended questions, which basically boil down to what is at the heart of this matter. And we allow from there for people to tell us what is at the heart of the matter for them. So we do not go into these sessions asking about specific things that we want to know about. With both teachers and parents and caregivers, we simply asked, what's at the heart of this for you? And then allowed the themes from that to emerge. We also did an existing data review and a document review with documents and data that were provided from the district. I want to give a little nod to the question, of course, of trustworthiness and validity of a study like this. Our work is largely qualitative. We do quantitative analysis on most of our surveys, but we're really asking qualitative questions in them. And although, of course, we do also do some data review. But what we uncover when we conduct work like this is not a single absolute truth about the world. But what we are able to provide is a fair synthesis of the collective experiences and wisdoms and beliefs of the people who are best positioned to offer them. And in this case, that's really teachers and families, the people who are the intended users of these systems. You will see in these slides and in our report quotes throughout. It's important to know that these are not direct quotes. We never use direct quotes anywhere in our work for Winchester. We use composite quotes, which means that we take the voices of many people, we cohere them into sort of a single composite. This is a way that we try to sort of fairly and accurately convey what we heard, while also protecting people's personal identities and keeping confidentiality at the center of our process. Before we dig in, it's really important for us to acknowledge and thank so many people. The depth, some of you have read the report already. Maybe it's a little presumptuous to say that we have depth and richness, but we believe that the depth and richness of our findings is really a testament to this community, to the people who participated, the trust and openness that they came to this process with, and their shared commitment to doing this work and strengthening the literacy program. We want to thank district leaders, including many in this room, for supplying us with the data and documentation that we needed to complete this work, and especially the design team, which was comprised of administrators, teachers, and parents for their really tireless work on this. They really were very open with us, honest with us, gave it to us straight. Told us when they thought we were going the wrong directions, told us when they thought we were on the right track, and allowed us to do our work independently, including district administrators and the design team. We had close participation, but this was independent work. Any errors, omissions, these are on us. We'll start there with findings, unless anyone has any clarifying questions about our approach. So we will report here, as we do in our written report, thematically rather than by research question. There were 4 big themes that emerged from our work, and they are in the areas broadly of curriculum, PD and teacher learning, communication and culture, and tiers of support. So we'll start out with the first one, which is related to the curriculum, literacy curriculum and curricular supports. As you know, one of the first questions, or one of the questions that guided this study was just an attempt to get a sense of what is the district's approach? What is the philosophy, the approach to literacy that is designed in the district? And one of the first things that we learned was that the district uses the Massachusetts ELA standards as their primary learning framework. One of the ways that that's instantiated is in the color-coded system of standards. As you all know, Massachusetts publishes these frameworks that allow us all to see, what the state's expectation is for learning at each grade. Each year, what we understand is that those standards are reviewed and color-coded using this green, yellow, red system. Green, these are quoted from district materials, but in summary, a green standard means to a teacher, yes, you're going to, every kid's going to master this. A yellow standard means you're going to thoroughly address this, but it may not be that all students achieve mastery. And red means that you may touch on this, but it is likely that not all students will master this before the end of the grade. When we look at the standards, most of them are green, and they do change every year. For this year, the ones that we looked at, most of them stay green. More about how the district approaches this is that autonomy is really valued. You go to hit the next slide, Dr. Hackett, thanks. The district literacy leaders really seek to prioritize teacher autonomy. They also mandate the workshop model of literacy instruction. The workshop model is something that is intended to promote literacy development through these authentic, meaningful activities that emphasize choice with rich text. The literacy block, according to district documentation, is intended to address 5 components of literacy. Phonemic awareness, that's inclusive of phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, comprehension, and vocabulary. The district provides teachers with a list of recommended curricula and resources and support for certain ones, and allows teachers to use their judgment in deciding which of these resources to use for which components of that literacy block. It makes sense, given that level of choice, that when we look at what is actually being used in classrooms, and we did this through the survey by asking teachers what they use and what they use most frequently, we saw wide variability in how the literacy block is operationalized. We go into this in much more detail in the report. Here, we just wanted to show you an example of what this can look like based on what we see in the data. So for an example of some variations that we might see among schools, a child who attends one elementary school may be placed in a classroom where a curriculum, let's call it Curriculum X, we're not naming any particular ones here, but Curriculum X is frequently used. A child at any other school will never encounter that curriculum because its use is concentrated in a specific school. Between grades, we can also see this. So another example is you may have a 4th grade child in an elementary school who has an equal likelihood of encountering curriculum Y, either consistently, meaning 3 times a week or more in their classroom, occasionally, once or twice a week, or never, depending on the classroom to which that child is assigned. Within that greater condition of variability, though we do see patterns, UFLY and units of study in reading are the 2 most frequently used curricula in the district. UFLY's use, UFLY is a curriculum that focuses primarily on phonics and phonemic awareness. It's being frequently used K to 3. It is sort of the top curriculum in that grade band. Units of study in reading appears as the most frequently used curriculum in grades 3 to 5. It is also used in the lower grades, and there are some interesting use patterns that we see there that we draw out more in the report, but its most frequent use is in the upper grades. Another small variation or slightly different lens on the variability has to do with time. We do see some variations in what teachers report as the time that they spend on literacy in their classrooms. It's important to note here that even at the lowest level, even at sort of that lowest level, Winchester exceeds the DESI minimum time that is required. But what we do draw out here is a sense of just the variation. We don't put numbers here because when ends get too small, we strip those out in our reporting. But you can just see that there's sort of some variable time use across grades. One thing we heard a lot from teachers is that, within this condition of feeling the expectation of autonomy and a lot of teacher choice, what they experience is ineffective guidance and support for that level of choice that they have. Teachers really talked a lot about feeling like they did not have enough support in knowing what to use, knowing what to choose to use in their classrooms, or knowing sort of what is even available for use. Just a lot of confusion and sense of dissatisfaction with that. This exists across teachers of all schools and all lengths of tenure. We did ask about newer teachers, and we draw out some of that in our report, and heard that this particular condition is very tough on teachers who are new, who come into the district and feel like they don't necessarily have a roadmap of knowing what to do. And many said that when they first arrived, that was particularly difficult, and they didn't feel they got the support that they need to sort of initiate their work in the district. We did 25 listening sessions with teachers, and in 100% of them, teachers really spoke with one voice, really, in talking about the absence of widely shared practices, widely shared materials or understandings, feeling like it underlies an incoherence that is frustrating for them and challenging for them. We heard stories about feeling like teachers have to reinvent the wheel, that while they have lots of ability to do many things, that they are not, in fact, literacy experts, certainly not literacy curriculum design experts, and that they often felt like they were at a loss and that they were sort of on their own to make some of these decisions. And again, this came through really broadly. And parents, too, this was for families and caregivers as well. This was a main theme of saying, you know, we're aware of this condition of variability, and it keeps us up at night. We don't know who our child will get or what kind of literacy instruction they might be given. And it feels as though there are not a lot of systemic checks on what happens, which a lot of families expressed as like a real source of anxiety and concern for the well-being of their kids. So again and again, what we heard was the desire for a more comprehensive, more cohesive program that is really grounded in the best evidence that the field currently has to offer. Teachers said many times that you know, we want something that we all share, or some things that we all share for all of these components of literacy. They said, we don't want to never have autonomy. We don't want to have no more choice. That's not what we're asking for. They said, please give us the floor, not the ceiling. And they acknowledged, as did many, many parents, that there is no particular thing that is going to work 100% of the time for all kids, that teacher discretion and choice is a critical component of making sure that kids get what they need, but that having a firmer foundation of shared practice would help align all kinds of things. And we'll get into that a little more when we do our takeaways. And we just want to draw out a smaller nuance here, which is that we don't talk a ton about specific curriculum in our report, although we do talk about, we do talk about the two most frequently used, which are UFLY and units of study. And when we spoke to teachers, as they were calling for greater consistency, greater sense of what they wanted to share, they also would say, we don't think that thing that we share should be the units of study in reading, which teachers perceive as currently the curriculum that the district most strongly endorses and sponsors. Many teachers find value in the units of study in reading, particularly those who got, as far as we can tell, particularly those who got the Teachers College professional development that the district offered several years ago. Many teachers said, we would love to be able to still use pieces of this that are really valuable in our instruction, but we don't see it as the thing that can really cohere or provide us with the foundation that we need. Other teachers said other things about that curriculum, and you can read all about it in our report. But I think it's important to note that here because it is one of those two big, top used curricula in the district. So I'm going to let you stop listening to me for a minute and give you over to Catherine, who's going to talk a little bit about the next piece.
Thank you, Becky. Before we do that, I just wonder if anyone would like to ask some questions about that first chunk of findings that we presented to you. Okay, moving on.
I mean, so what I will say is do we want, does Karen want to?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, do we want to hold our questions to the end? Or, I mean, I think as a committee, we didn't really discuss, obviously.
I think I'd like to get all the way through, just
Okay.
personally. I don't know if anybody else has.
That was my feeling as well, but I don't know. I just thought that to reiterate Dr. Hackett's point, we have not had the chance to talk about this as a group. So I think we have to sort of do some norm setting around what we'd like. So Karen, Chris, Tom?
Yes. I agree, and if others do too, I'd like to listen and hear unless there's a burning clarifying question along the way. Our chair has her hand up, though, so let me just see what her question is. Ms. Bolanese.
I'm not sure I could totally hear what Dr. Matthews was saying, but was the suggestion that we be able to ask questions along the way?
So
Or are we trying to hold questions?
So that-
Because for me personally, it might be a little difficult at the end of the presentation to say, well, could you go back to that slide?
Right.
So I could ask a question about it.
Right, so that was the question. So if you have I would say if you have an important question, we can raise it along the way if that's helpful. I know several committee members have expressed an interest of hearing the whole presentation for fear, I believe, of spending their entire time on the first section of the report. But if there's a clarifying question along the way, or other burning issue, you are our chair. So please go ahead if you have one.
Oh, I did have a question about the slide on the number of hours. You all want to get through the end. Just on the number of hours, but that can also wait. So.
That was the only question I had as well. Since we've already had a length of time for this interruption, can we just either hear her question?
Why don't we go back to
I
it then?
literally have the page open.
Yeah, please.
Let's go back to slide 1.
This is page 44 on the report for anybody who's following.
It's slide 17. There we go.
Ms. Milanese, I might ask Mr. Nixon to frame this question since he's here, and if it's different from what you were going to ask, we'll update it, and then we'll get a response. That's okay?
Oh, okay. No, I had to pull up the other slides, so
Okay.
it's a bit of a challenge. But go ahead with
Thank you.
Mr.
So,
Nixon.
in a way, this is just really a footnote. This is a report about curriculum, not so much time on instruction. This was an interesting chart to me. I was curious to know, do you have more granular data that backs this up? And in particular, because as you note, the DESE recommendation is 7.5 hours per week. The cutoff in this bar chart isn't at that minimum. So where my head goes is to the left. So if we're saying at different grade levels, the actual instructional time is between 5 and 10, within that range, there's a DESE minimum. So I'm always concerned if we're actually not meeting the minimum. Do you have that information?
No, what you're seeing here is really the way that we asked it. The districts, what you'll see in and why I frame it this way, that they're meeting the minimums, is why we believe that teachers are meeting the minimums, is that the district has recommended time minimums and maximums laid out. All of those recommended minimums far exceed what DESE asks for. When we frame this, and if I would do this differently, ask this question differently if I could go back again, but we just sort of gave a range of, the district's recommendations are different depending on the grade.
Right.
So we really just asked, what do you think? And the other thing is you see some overlap in these, 5 to 10, 10 to 12, 10 to 12 and a half. So if somebody's right on the edge of that, which I suspect is more likely, that there are some people who are like, well, maybe I'm at 9 and a half, so I'm going to go in this 5 to 10 range. We don't know. That's something that if the district was interested in looking at, you could have to do a little bit more digging into that specific light blue column.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Milanese, did that address your question as well?
Hold on.
I was wondering how the bar chart had worked, and just I'll look at kindergarten, for example. So there was about a third of that chart or that bar for kindergarten that said 5 to 10 hours, and then another third, another, I don't know, 40% that said 10 to 12 hours, and then a little tiny chunk for 12 and a half to 15 hours. So I guess I just didn't understand what that meant.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not percents that are represented on that chart, but numbers, absolute numbers, which is why
Yes,
it's
I
not looking, if it were percents, it would be the same right margin across the entire thing, but it's different numbers of teachers. And so each bar represents counts of teachers.
Counts of teachers. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, so as a general rule, we'll try to plow through, but if there's a burning question or issue or clarification like this so we can understand what we're processing, let's stop and take those, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Great. So moving on, literacy, professional development, and teacher learning was the next large bucket of findings for us. This slide comes from a document review that we did. The district provided with us a list of the professional development offerings over the past 3 school years, going up through the end of 2024. And you see from this that, for the most part, these professional development opportunities are internally led. 90% of them were led by people from within the district, generally the literacy specialist, although not exclusively. The other 10% were offered online and self-paced, so third-party providers with online professional development offerings. A lot of teacher choice in which professional development sessions they decide to attend. It gets back to what we talked about before with the autonomy. Just as with deciding what curriculum they will be teaching in their classrooms, they're deciding where they need professional development and which workshops will be best suited to give that to them. There were 2 trainings that were mandatory. All kindergarten through 3rd grade teachers took training in how to administer the DIBELS assessment that we talked about earlier. And the English language learner teachers in grades K through 5 were required to attend professional development about teaching reading in the workshop model.
I'm sure we did talk about DIBELS earlier. Do we need to say what?
Do we need to say what DIBELS are?
Okay.
Okay, it's a literacy assessment. There's more about it in the report. We found that existing structures for professional learning are not meeting teacher needs. We heard this on the surveys and in the listening sessions. This is survey data that you see up here. None of the literacy specialists, and they all responded to our survey, none of them said that the district support is mostly effective or very effective in helping them deepen and improve their own practice. Most of them said that the district does not provide the support that they need to learn about relevant research and advancements in the field. And from our teacher survey, we heard from teachers, 81% of them, and again, almost all of the teachers, the classroom teachers responded to our survey, rated the district professional development as entirely or largely ineffective. We unpacked that a little bit more in our listening sessions with the teachers, and what we heard over and over again was the condition of only getting professional development internally was not meeting their needs. They really tied that to their rating of the professional development as being ineffective. That said, on our next slide, we administered, as part of the teacher survey, a validated instrument that we got from a journal article that we had not used before, but it has been validated, that is around teachers' sense of self-efficacy, their belief that they are able to teach, in this case, literacy instruction. The questions were specific to literacy, if they're able to teach it effectively. And it's a 9-point scale. And you can see that on average, the Winchester teachers are at about 6.5 on a 9-point scale. So they're definitely on the right side, both literally and figuratively, in their sense of self-efficacy. We looked at that a little more granularly, and we talk about this in the report. We found, as you would expect, the teachers who are newer to teaching were lower on that scale. The teachers who were more experienced were higher. We did not see differentiation across grade levels. We did see some differentiation across schools, but it was very small. And this is really just a snapshot. This is another one of the footnotes. We're not making a lot of this. It's not hugely central to our findings, but we've thought it was important to include that bigger picture of how the teachers feel about their own abilities. A suggestion is that this might be something that the district could continue to administer. It's publicly available, it's out there. Do it every few years, see if you're seeing changes.
Okay, I'm back. I'm going to talk a little bit about our findings around communication and culture around literacy. This is something that was really a cross-cutting theme. This is something that really comes through all of the findings, but it was prominent enough that we also felt that we had to include it in this way as well and give it its own focus. In terms of what we see available in the district documentation, we can see that the district makes a range of materials available to teachers and families through a number of channels. There is a website that the district has, and you can click on it. You can go to the Google Drive folder that has information about each grade's curriculum. We know that there is an annual curriculum night at the elementary schools. We know that there are parent-teacher conferences. We know that these DIBELS letters get sent home for students who are below benchmark. For teachers, we know that they receive emails with links to resources or resources themselves from district literacy leaders. They also have a Google Drive with a range of materials that go in there. And at the elementary level, this isn't a hard and fast rule exactly, but in general, what we see from the scheduling is that they are able to meet with the literacy coordinator roughly 3 times a year on a schedule. It could be more, it could be less on that, but less than that, but that's what we see in that schedule. Despite those things, what we heard was that teachers and parents both experience really ineffective communication around literacy. On our survey, we heard a lot of parents talk about just feeling like there was a lack of sufficient detail and ability to sort of make meaning of what the district's approach to literacy is. On the teacher end, this is just an example, and of course we go into much more detail in the report, but these are the results from a survey where we asked, are there materials that you're prohibited from using? And what we see is, roughly into thirds to people saying, well, yes, well, no, and we're not sure. Teachers have some differing understandings of the curriculum landscape, and when we ask about this in listening sessions, what we hear is a lot of, well, we're confused. We don't really know. We hear from each other, or we hear from these varying sources, but we don't feel that we have real clarity of information. So quite broadly, what we heard from both teachers and parents was that they feel like the leadership approach to literacy is characterized by lack of respect and lack of collaboration and lack of trust. This came through quite strongly in our survey, where 88% of teachers said they felt uncomfortable raising questions or disagreements about literacy with district leaders. It also came through very strongly in our listening sessions. Teachers said things like, we don't really feel trusted. We're told we're trusted, but our opinions hold little weight. Reading specialists also had similar things to say. The district's reading specialists are in a very unique position to sort of get an overview of what's going on, particularly in the early grades. And their sense was that they don't feel truly consulted, that they're sort of an untapped resource to some extent about what they know and what they can bring to the district in terms of sort of what's really happening and where and what decisions might be made. We also heard quite a bit about this from parents and caregivers, that they feel that there's something of an adversarial relationship that's bred a larger culture of mistrust and suspicion. On the other hand, both in our survey and our listening sessions, parents went out of their way to express that while they see systemic issues at work, and they attribute some of the things they see in their homes with their kids to these systemic issues, that they have strong respect and admiration for their children's teachers. 75% of them said in our survey that they were very satisfied with their children's teachers overall. And again, parents wanted to make sure that they expressed and that we heard that they value and see the work and the dedication of the district's elementary teachers, and that this was a really strong component of what's going on in the district and what's going on in literacy, that teachers are working hard, they are extraordinarily dedicated. And among teachers, there was a really strong degree of collegial feeling, collaborative spirit between them. And we didn't seek to look at that really very closely, but it did come through in a lot of ways in our work. And so we did want to bring that up as we just talk about culture and climate and all of those things, because those are really strong assets. So we have one final category here.
So before we move on, sorry, can we go back to the first slide after the header in this section?
Sure.
Please. So on the teacher side, emails from literacy, so I just want to understand sort of who the personalities involved are. So the teachers are reporting that they get emails from literacy leaders. Did they specify who those individuals are, like who those came from? And then just to clarify, the 3 times a year meetings, every teacher meets with the district literacy coordinator? Is that
Yes.
what was, I just want to be.
And you're asking what role is sending emails as opposed to what individual?
Correct. So not individuals, but what So so this will, I will come back to this later, but I just want to be very clear here. What does literacy leader mean in this context?
Yes. Thanks for that question.
In building versus district, things like that, sorry.
Right. Would you like me to answer that now or wait to the end?
If you could, that would be great, because it sort of feeds something later on.
Yeah, I will give you my best answer to this. So our work is about looking primarily at system-level factors in a school. And in a small district like Winchester, part of our work is also to make sure that we are protecting, as well as we can, every person's confidentiality, every person's identity. We take pains not to single out anyone in this report, including district employees. Yes, of course, teachers said, we get emails from a particular, person or people. We do not specify that in the report.
Okay. I think the thing I'm getting at is the in-building leadership versus district leadership, if that.
District.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Literacy assessments and tiers of support. So here we see from our document review that Winchester meets the state requirements related to early literacy screening. And these are all the DIBELS test, Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy. And there's different subtests that you see across the top of the chart. And DESE has requirements around when those should be administered at each grade level. And we were able to verify that Winchester is meeting those expectations during this school year. We have heard that assessments were given less frequently in the past. That's not in violation of the DESE guidelines. The DESE guidelines are new. They have just come out this past school year, the 2023-2024 school year, and Winchester is in compliance with those.
We could see in our data that they were different last year as well.
We can also, Becky's reminding me, we saw in the data that the administrations were different in previous years, but again, that was not out of compliance. The regulations have been changed. We are seeing that all subtests, as you see going across, are being given at the DESE mandated frequency. In previous years, as Becky mentioned, the testing was not as comprehensive, and different schools were also using different assessments. It wasn't as consistent across the different schools. This slide briefly describes what is called the Early Reading Support Program, which is the system that Winchester uses to identify and also to support students who are struggling with learning how to read. This is broad brushstrokes of how the district describes this program, beginning with an array of assessments to screen the children, monitor their progress, differentiated instruction for students based on the results of these assessments, and then support from literacy specialists in grades kindergarten through 2 as needed as part of this response. And the report talks about this in quite a bit more detail. We took a quick look at how Winchester compares to comparable districts in eastern Massachusetts on the MCAS ELA assessment. This is a composite average across grades 3 through 8. The percent of students meeting or exceeding expectations on the MCAS ELA is right about in the middle of this select group of districts. Overall, statewide, ahead of about 95% of the districts. And we did a little sub-analysis for students in Winchester who have disabilities and or are coming from low-income households, and we saw that the results were pretty consistent. Obviously, lower percentage rates, but comparatively consistent with the comparable districts and statewide. And this has been consistent. We went back 15 years, and it's been pretty consistent over that time period. When COVID-19 hit, of course, everything kind of crashed. Winchester scores dropped, statewide scores dropped, everyone's scores dropped. But Winchester is right about in the middle of these comparable districts and ahead of most of the other districts in the state. We also want to say there's so much noise in MCAS data, and I think everyone in this room knows that. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's not a good way to assess the effectiveness of any particular curriculum or program. It's highly correlated with the income levels in the community where it's administered. And we know that Winchester has very high socioeconomic status, high relative to the rest of the state. And so it's, mostly we were interested in, have there been changes over time? Has Winchester fallen behind other districts, moved ahead of other districts? We didn't really see that. So that's what we have to say about that. And there's a little bit more in the report, but it did not become an important finding for us. Getting back to the assessments that the teachers administer, the DIBELS and the other ones, there's another one called Fountas and Pinnell, that's the F&P acronym there. Teachers really feel like they need more support around how to administer these assessments. And we also heard from parents that they're looking for greater transparency from the district about these scores. What we heard from parents is that they feel they have to ask for the DIBELS scores. What we were able to document from the district materials that were provided, it appears that the district is following DESE guidelines around this. But the DESE guidelines are to send out the results when students fall below the recommended levels on the DIBELS. So if a student does not score at the expected grade level for DIBELS, the parents will get a letter from the district. This year, anyway. We're not sure if that's always been the case. This is, again, a new DESE regulation. The Winchester is stepping up to adapt to this, to put processes in place to make sure that it's meeting this regulation. It certainly appears from our rather cursory look that it is, but that may not have always been the case. And also, if students do well or just average on the DIBELS, they're also not that information is not being sent out to the parents unless they ask for it in writing. As you see, parents are telling us, more than one parent, you have to ask for this in writing. Other districts are just sharing it. Again, this is what the parent says. We didn't validate this. The fact that people aren't getting it leads to confusion on the part of parents and concern. Teachers also have different levels of comfort with administering these tests, and the Fountas and Pinnell test is a time-consuming test, and they reported to us that they feel it's subjective. So they're feeling like they need some more support around how to do this effectively. There are widespread concerns that we heard from both teachers and parents about how Winchester identifies and supports struggling students. The report goes into this a lot. The three big takeaways here: the concern about the availability of the data, which I just talked about, the parents not seeing their children's test scores, the mechanisms by which students are identified to receive support, and the effectiveness of the support model as a whole. We'll get more into that in a little bit in the presentation, but we heard mixed assessments of the support model's effectiveness. And you see here what the teachers say. Those acronyms are explained in the report. RTI is response to intervention, and SST is, help me that. Say that again.
Student study team.
Student study team process. Those are acronyms around specialized support for the students who need additional intervention. And I talked a little bit before, Winchester doesn't have the official RTI, the official SST. It's the Early Reading Support Program that encompasses all of this. But it's not, people feel that it's not defined very clearly. Both teachers and parents don't always understand what that is all about. And here we're going to talk a little bit more about the literacy support for students who are struggling to learn to read. We asked the parents on the survey about their satisfaction with supplemental literacy reports if their child is receiving them. We asked this on an individual child level. For this particular child who is receiving literacy supports, have you been satisfied? And you see here that yellow bar, 40% of them think that the literacy supports have been very or mostly effective for this particular child. But another third of them think that it's been not effective. And then you have a chunk of people who say it's kind of in the middle, moderately effective, or maybe it's just too soon to tell, or they're not sure of their answer. So that's very mixed. Some good stuff, some not so good stuff. The literacy specialists on the survey felt that 80% of them felt that the classrooms are not set up well for what is called the push-in model, which is the model that Winchester uses for students who need extra support. This is opposite the pull-out model, when a student is taken out of the classroom, down the hall to the literacy specialist office, receiving that extra intervention separately from the rest of the peers. Winchester always, for not just for literacy, for all of their support, it happens in the classroom while all of the students are receiving instruction from the classroom teacher. The literacy specialist is in the classroom, sitting with one or more students, helping them. And that's not flexible. And what we heard from the literacy specialist is there are times when this doesn't work so well for a bunch of reasons. And we don't have the option of saying, this would work better if it were in my office. This would work better if we could go to a quiet room. It needs to be in the classroom. That's a requirement of the district. This isn't the only constraint that we found about the literacy support, but we're bringing this forward here because it came through very strongly. We talk about some other issues in the report, but we wanted to highlight this one for you here because we did hear that pretty consistently from the literacy specialists who are the ones delivering this instruction.
On that note, it's also important for me to just say that this is not a comparative study. We don't look at any other districts and say Winchester is better or worse or whatever. And we do try though to provide some context. For example, the push-in model. This is sort of a DESE is an organization that really supports this idea of full inclusion. And if you look in their MTSS documentation and all the things that they're recommending, they are saying we do not believe that it is a mandate, but that whenever possible, supports should be delivered in the classroom. So this is not unique to Winchester necessarily, but it was something that came through strongly as a question, like, is there any wiggle room here, kind of, because we have some real concerns about how this is working out. And
Can I ask you a clarifying question about that? Did they provide you any data to support that? I understand that's how they feel, and their experience is incredibly valid in that and how they feel supported in that. But is there data, did they offer you any data to support, or the district, that the push-in model wasn't working?
So for us, when we conduct this kind of work, multiple reports actually become data for us. So I'm not sure, so nobody said, here's sort of a quantitative way of telling you that this doesn't work.
Right.
What they do, though, is tell some stories, and some of those come through about distractions in the classroom, about students who may be working on something that is a bit of a rudimentary skill while their classmates have moved on, and feeling like that it's clear that there's some embarrassment, and so working well can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
But ultimately, what I think they wanted to really convey was that we're doing this all the time. We know when it's going right, and we know when there's issues. And some of the time, the push-in is not going right for us, and so that was as far as we were able to know for that piece. But thank you for the question.
Can I ask one more clarifying question as well? So, did you, relative to the ERSP, did you ask any questions about or receive any data from participants around the genesis of that approach in Winchester as a district?
Oh, that's a good question. No, we don't know how that came about, or why that is the model. We got little hints here and there when we asked specific questions, but we do not have clarity about why that is the case.
And did you review, in terms of the literacy expert folks on your team, did you sort of review that with them at all?
Yes.
In terms of, so what comparatively, I mean, this is, again, I want to sort of strictly stay as a clarifying question, but, did they, I saw some commentary in the report, but not a lot around sort of how that compares to their sort of more global view, not global, the Earth, but U.S., Massachusetts instructional practice, like how that compares what the ERSP, how that compares to other districts in Massachusetts, other sort of philosophies in the US.
They felt it was unique.
Okay, thank you.
Did they identify any key differences between what they view as RTI and MTSS in the ERSP system?
We did not, no, they didn't identify any specifically that I remember. I think that as we got to know the school and got to know the work a little bit more, I think MTSS broadly it's a system. It's also an ethos. It's like, here's how we do business in this school. Here's, and it's of course not just specific to literacy
Right.
at all, but it does encompass early literacy. Often there's very clear criteria listed, particular interventions that are done for particular things. There's explication. There's usually fairly clear explication. It usually looks like a triangle, which is why I'm doing this. This is what happens here. These are the particular assessments. These are the options for intervention. These are the communication factors. These are the teams. So that's the kind of thing that often happens.
But you weren't able to identify what components of ERSP were missing for teachers that they feel they would get from something called RTI or MTSS? I'm trying to figure out, there's a lot of acronyms in education.
Sure.
And I'm trying to figure
see.
out if it's a different system or if we just call it something different and it's broken in general.
So what we heard and what we observe and hear is that there's many components of ERSP that are very similar to what we might see in an RTI system. There's assessments. There's the idea that those assessments get used in these particular ways, both for differentiation and then for further support, depending. What we were, and I think we'll talk about this a bit in a moment. What we heard more than anything was that this seems like the sort of stem of what could be a much broader or more well-defined system, and also confusion about the components of that system and how they're intended to work. So heard from a lot of teachers, like, we don't really do SST. We haven't done SST in quite a while. I think we're maybe supposed to be doing SST, but that really doesn't happen here, or it happens spottily depending on the school. So it wasn't necessarily the specific design of the program that was necessarily at issue all the time, more like the instantiation of that program and lack of clarity around what were actually the structures that were built up around it.
So more the implementation than the program itself.
That's what we heard more than anything, yeah.
Dr. Hackett, did you have a
I do,
clarifying
thank you.
question or two?
Just a couple clarified questions while we're on the data. On slide 32, you have the MCAS results, and I'm just trying to understand, you put in the context of consistent at at least the last 15 years. Are the results, those percentages in that table, averages of averages?
Yeah,
over
this is just
15
from the
years?
DART report.
Okay, but does it represent a specific year, or is it an average?
I don't know. I have to look. There's a link to that DART report in the Winchester report. We just, we're just showing here, these are the 10 districts that DESE compares Winchester to when they
Okay,
pull
all right,
their
so then more
report.
than likely, this is from
This
a
is-
specific year.
This
Right, I would
Okay,
expect
all right.
this is
most
from-
recent available.
Well, maybe
2022.
2023, because the
Yeah.
2024 results won't be
Yeah.
out yet. I expect this is from 2023.
Okay,
But-
I just don't, I want to make, because of the title of the slide, make sure that I understand this is not,
Yes,
because you wouldn't
yeah.
do this statistically anyway to take an average of an average of an
Yeah.
average, but the mention of 15 years, I'm just curious about, because in any given year, right, we can see a lot of variability too. Okay, that's helpful. And then, Catherine, you had made a comment about F&P and the teachers feel it is subjective, but I believe another finding was that the relationship between our MCAS results, DIBELS, and F&P assessments, there seemed to be, or there was a suggestion of a fairly decent correlation among those assessments.
We took that out, actually.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Dr. Hackett saw an earlier version of the report where one of our data people invested some time in looking at correlations among the three major tests, which are the MCAS, the DIBELS, and the Fountas and Pinnell. And findings along the lines of students who meet expectations in one will largely be meeting expectations in the other. But when we brought this to the design team, we got some pushback, some questions, some further analysis, some people saying, I don't think this is saying what you think it's saying.
We
And
also reached out to a number of our other colleagues to try to make sense of what we were seeing in those data. We could not make it fit a simple model ultimately, which is why we did not bring it through as an ultimate finding.
I'm referring specifically to the conversation I had with your data person.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we
So-
kept asking him to dig back in, help us make sense of this. We also brought in some other sort of, people who have used these tests and said, help us make sense of how this could be useful to the district, if indeed we can sort of clarify what we mean by this. And ultimately, we went back and forth several rounds and said, if we can't really make heads or tails of this, then it's not a
So,
finding.
with respectfully to the design team, and just thinking about the secretarian that you worked with, the feeling was that the relationship that was being shown was not, could not be used as a finding because of other factors involved, or did you
Yes.
not get that far with the question?
Well, it was really two things, I think. One was that, when we went back to that model, and I said, so explain, let's talk more specifically about what, the strength of this correlation that we're, that you think we're seeing. Let's look at this again. Let's try to slice it in multiple ways. It got more and more sort of fuzzy, and more limited in what we were able to say. Therefore, and then of course there are questions about sort of the sort of internal validity of something like that, because all of those tests are measuring different things. There was a point at which we thought it might be useful to be able to say, okay, well, this is capturing this. These are all appear to be capturing the same students. We thought at first, yes, they are, at least in the earlier grades, less so in the upper grades. And again, the answer was not clear.
Okay.
And so it was not clear enough in order to really be confident about here, so.
Okay, thank you.
it also wasn't that central to our findings, which it wasn't a major area of exploration for us around Winchester elementary literacy. It was kind of a sidebar to begin with.
But you
When it-
make a statement about teachers don't feel like F&P is helpful,
Oh,
right?
yes.
So if you're going to make the statement, I just want to make,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what that statement's based on. I mean, I understand what that statement's
Yes.
based on, but what I was curious about is something that I saw, that obviously not in the report,
Yeah.
but, which I understand why, but
Yeah.
it was, so I just was curious about where that discussion was, so.
Yeah, and there is a little bit more detail about that in the report, both in terms of F&P itself and their concerns about time there, and their concerns about whether or not they are able to administer it, and even if it's administration, how much subjectivity may be built into that particular assessment as they are administering it. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Oh, right. I thought I was done for a second. No, I got it. Okay. All right, so ultimately, we want to leave you with the takeaways that as our team sat with this giant mountain of data that could have gotten much bigger, we could stay here forever and work with you all and keep bringing you more and more interesting things. But we do see many strengths at work in the district, in the literacy program, and what we wanted to highlight was the things that the participants in our study, particularly the teachers and the families, really strongly expressed. And that sort of fell into these three key takeaways that we wanted to sort of highlight here. One is about, going back to that very first finding, just about the variability. And this variability being kind of a root condition, a root cause of a lot of things that may be happening. Teachers talked about, if we did have this shared floor of what we're doing, we could have better planning, it would be easier to do communication on a lot of levels, easier to communicate with each other, easier to communicate with parents, easier to communicate with the district. We could talk to each other more about some of these common instructional practices, and several other things, but just that this was a real root condition that was sort of causing challenges in many sort of cascading areas. Parents also pointed to this as a possible reason when they say that they have observed some foundational gaps in their students' literacy development, and point to this condition of variability as a real possibility for why that may be the case. And overall, we kept hearing, we would love parents, teachers, and remember, we had 100% of teachers involved in this study, essentially, that they would really like to have high-quality professional development that is aligned with the most recent research that the district can bring to bear, and curriculum that aligns with that, while maintaining the flexibility and responsiveness that has really been a valuable asset to them and to families in the district, but that establishing that kind of balance felt like it was a real priority for people. The second, of course, is about this tiers of support and really getting added clarity and structures around what this is and how it's supposed to work.
Could you just pull the mic a little bit closer to you?
Oh, sorry,
I'm hearing
yes.
that it's not coming through on one camera.
Oh, sure. So both teachers and families expressed confusion and frustration about how, the lack of clarity and how everything works in terms of, getting students the support that they might need. Mostly, this is a lot about lack of information and clarity about procedures, and concerns that that some of the confusion results in this burdensome sort of wait-and-see approach that may delay help for children who need it, and that may miss children. Now, it's important here to say that the literacy program in Winchester has been changing quite a bit and has been changing very recently. We talked a few minutes ago about, it's this year that there has been, full instantiation of the DIBELS test in the early grades. And so some of what we have heard throughout the process may be reflective of, things that have been happening prior. Because, people's children may not have interacted with the first grade literacy system for some time. But nonetheless, and despite these improvements, which many teachers and parents did point to, there is still a strong desire for added structures and clarity around these tiers of support. How it all happens, who do you go to, what kind of timeline can you expect? And this was for both teachers and families. Both populations really strongly expressed this piece. And finally, all throughout our findings, one of the things that we see is a real gulf in perceptions between district leaders and between families and teachers. This comes through in a lot of places, but it was most pronounced in the area of trust and climate. Again and again, we heard, from teachers, we're told we are trusted, but actually what we feel is quite distrusted and disempowered, and actually we don't feel very heard. They did talk about feeling that questions and discussions about this are not welcome and could even result in feelings of shame or in censure. And that in general, sort of there was a low tolerance for really being candid about this. Parents and caregivers echoed this and said that they had felt that their longstanding concerns had been dismissed at many levels, and that they had experienced their children's struggles, really feeling ignored, and the questions that they were raised, and this had really bred a condition where both parents and teachers felt like they couldn't put their trust in the district. And we raise this because, this is so critical to a change management process. And trust and openness and willingness to talk across differences and to come closer to shared perceptions of things, of course, is so important as we think about and talk about next steps and improvement. And so we wanted to sort of just make sure that we highlighted that as a condition that the district is of course, now well aware of through this process. We want to end, though, on a note of opportunity. There are many key strengths in this program to be leveraged. We bring through a lot of them here. We bring through many more in our report. One of them, of course, is the commitment and energy of people in this community around this issue to really rebuild trust and move collaboratively forward. And we have heard that so many times, especially in recent days, but of course all through this process. Participants have come and shared, in many cases, tough stories, and they've done so very explicitly with the spirit of hope and meaningful change, and really wanting to partner in a new way of moving forward. And so we very much appreciate having been offered the opportunity to do this work in such a wonderful community, and we hope that our work is a step in that direction. So thank you.
Well, thank you for such a thoughtful and comprehensive synthesis of our educators and parent communities' concerns and experiences around literacy. I'd like to put it out to the Dr. Heck, you have, to the committee members who may have additional questions, clarifications.
Do you want to see if Ms. Bolognese would like to start, since she's remote? Don't want to miss her.
Well, I say, do you? We're unmuting you for a moment here. Do you want to start us off, or she's off?
I'll keep an eye on.
We'll keep an eye on Ms. Bolognese and
Okay.
bring her in when she's ready. Mr. Nixon.
I was actually going to ask, do our administrators have any reaction you care to share with us before we get into school committee reaction?
No, not yet, no. I think I'm only laughing because I didn't believe. Yeah, I certainly have a lot of reactions, but I don't know that this would be the time to share those. I think right now, it would be more important for the committee to have, your time to ask clarifying questions around the data. I'm certainly curious in what those are as well, and some of them might be my own.
And are you, or the chair or vice chair, are you looking specifically for clarifying questions from us? What sort of feedback and reactions are you looking for to be constructive?
Yeah, I think the most
I
constructive.
got a lot in my head right now.
Yeah. No,
Some of which I'm about to share, but I might not.
we have heard an awful lot here, and we've read a lot in the last 24 hours. So I think trying to get a fuller understanding, so to the extent that there are questions that help clarify to methodology, to really understand where we are today. Clearly, the scope of this, is going to require a thoughtful, some absorption of what we're reading, and then a thoughtful process of how we address what we're reading. So I don't think we're going to solve it today, I guess. I'd really like to.
Last part of
We're
your-
not going to solve it today.
yeah.
What I'd like to do is understand it as well as we can today, and I'm sure there will be follow-up questions even after today. But as a first reading, I'd love to, get committee input on their thoughts and concerns. I do see the chair is.
She's back, but
Did you want to start off?
could I just say one more thing,
yes,
if I
please.
could? So to clarify, for me, I feel overwhelmed with that information. I have a lot of feelings around the information. I feel, as I shared at the top end of this, it is a hard read as a superintendent in the district to. So I am still processing a lot of this. One of the things that as I've looked at data, along the way, and not with this, but overall, I think that it's hard to not try to go to the root cause. It's hard to not try to go to the solution. So from my perspective, I want to get super clear on what the data are that we're seeing. I think that I have some questions that, and I think maybe try to figure out what's the next step for the committee in terms of questions that you might have that may not be answerable right now, that the collaborative may need to come back and, or consider and provide additional information to us, to you on. I think that'd be, from my perspective, that would be a good way. I mean, that would be something good to get out of today, is what's that next set of questions? Because I think there are some, and there are clearly all kinds of implications of what we have in front of us. I just want to make sure we fully understand it so that we are starting to move in the direction of making the right decisions to move forward versus assuming certain things and not really taking the time that we should take, understanding there's a sense of urgency around action with this.
May I suggest on that last point, given that there's some school committee members or professional educators have a background in education, some don't. In instances in the past, committee members have literally just sent questions to you. There may be very similar questions with overlap that, you as a superintendent may see that sort of common thread. Unless you wanted to go through and literally go through a list of extra questions, I'm comfortable doing something like that, because I have a page of additional questions through the report, but I didn't want to tie up the time.
I think there's probably a lot of questions that might be able to be answerable right now that people might have just in clarifying what was presented, but I'm just thinking about, someone asked about what are the data behind the data on this?
Right.
Which would be, something that would be helpful, I think, for the collaborative to have more time on, I'm guessing, than trying to answer now, Sue, so.
So just to be clear, because again, this comes back to what Dr. Hackett said earlier about the sort of awkward position that we're all in, being bound by open meeting law. I have sort of 4 buckets of things that are going on in my head right now. One of them is my reactions, right? Which probably at this moment not terribly helpful to share, right? Questions that are sort of more general questions about the actual conduct of the research. To Mr. Nixon's point, the third bucket is my sort of specialist educator questions that probably are best addressed either directly through you to the collaborative or not, sort of the inside baseball things, so to speak. And then the fourth are, what are the next steps, right? So what do I see as the next steps to a report that really provides a very troubling view of what's going on, and I think an imperative for us to act rather urgently to identify the serious deficiencies that have been picked up in the report. So I think what I hear the consensus emerging as is that we focus on sort of bucket number 2, which is the clarifying questions around the report itself, especially while we have our actual authors and research team leaders here in the room with us. And if everybody feels okay with that, then I think that's how we should proceed. I'm also mindful of the fact it's already 11:11 a.m., right? So we can't stay here for 8 hours. I suppose we could, but probably not for anybody's schedule. So I think what I would suggest is we sort of go to the questions and then move to our next steps, which are probably further meetings and further conversations that need to be had, both online and offline through the superintendent to the collaborative. Does that make sense?
I think you stated that well. The intent is to really understand where we are, so that bucket 2 questions, certainly bucket 1 is going to take up a lot of time. We all have a lot of feelings about this. May or may not be as productive to air right here, right now. Bucket 2, I think, is really let's ask those questions. And we have the authors, it's a very effective use of time. I think your suggestion for those of us who, those of you who are educators, getting those inside baseball questions through Dr. Hackett, I think is a great recommendation. And then we're going to have to look at the process going forward. It's been 6 months of building trust and process to get us here. And I think for as we all feel about the results of this, I think the process has been good. And I think that we should be, considering not as long, but an equally trustworthy process as we think about moving forward. And so, so anyway, let's start with bucket 2.
I'd like to clarify that a little bit, because I think my biggest concern coming out of this would be, what's our strategy moving forward? So the collaborative has provided us a entirely huge body of data and information that can be taken in many different directions. And we could spend 8 hours here going through this data. But I'd like us as a committee to maybe talk about what we're finding as the most meaningful data that we see coming out of this report, because I think that our focus questions should probably be related to our strategy moving forward. I'm not sure that you can de-link those two ideas. And I think that's the most important question to ask for the community, too, is what we intend to do with this information and how we intend to move forward. I know that good Tier 1 instruction involves the curriculum, the instruction, the environment, and the school-wide organization. And I personally feel like in this report, I've heard a great deal about the environment and school-wide organization around literacy, but not a whole lot yet about how we actually implement curriculum and instruction in our classrooms. I know that one of the most important takeaways that I am hearing from this is the reaction of our teachers. And I think that that is a vitally important focus, that if we're going to have solid Tier 1 instruction in literacy, that we listen to the voices of the teachers as our primary source of data in this, and understanding, and that's where I'd like us to start, is around the teacher information and how the teachers feel about the options that they have offered to them, whether they're choosing to engage in those options and use them in their classrooms, and if they're not, why they're not, and strengthening our relationship and trust between the administration and the teachers and the community, because if we don't have that, then we really have nothing.
Okay, thank you. Other?
Can I ask some questions?
Yes, please.
All right, so question, I'm sorry, there's going to be quite a few of these. So question number one, did you at all delve into the interactions between district leadership and in-building leadership? So looking at principals, district leaders, specialist teachers, teachers in the classroom, did you spend any time sort of analyzing and delving in, whether it's through network analysis or whatever, to sort of how those interactions take place, the sort of points of turbulence in those interactions? Certainly there was a lot that came out, but I'd like to hear more sort of about that particular topic.
Did you Google my work? Do you know I'm a network analyst?
I didn't actually. I mean, I think I probably read your biography a while ago and knew that, but yeah, I mean, I know something about that.
The answer is no. We did not do that.
Okay.
Again, what we know came from the survey questions that we asked, and then that question that we opened up all of our listening sessions with, sort of what's at the heart of this matter. People told us. We did not go forward with any particular inquiry in and around those relationships or interactions.
Okay.
You did interview the principals.
Yes, we did interview principals, but not with that
Right,
particular
not that
lens of inquiry.
With that, yeah, because I mean, I think a lot of what I was asking is sort of, the interaction between, I didn't mean to expose any individuals. I misspoke on that.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, no, I know. What I was trying to get at is sort of, in my experience, at least in districts, you have sort of complicated relationships between, especially building principals or building leaders and building, sort of teacher leaders, right? And sort of how that interacts with the district. In a smaller district, obviously, I think the lines are somewhat different in terms of communication, but that's what I really wanted to get at.
There's one place that comes through in our report.
Okay.
I think it's just one line, so you might have missed it in the length and breadth of it. But we do note that principals, building level principals, did not come up frequently, really at all, in our interviews. In our listening sessions. When they did, it was sort of to note that the principals did not come through as a source of influence over the literacy program.
Okay. Thank you. So did you discuss, so a couple of these are looking sort of forward. I guess these two questions could go well together. Did you discuss or hear at any point anything around mathematics, science, or social studies instruction, and how that's sort of related to, especially as we think about literacy across the disciplines and sort of integrating rich texts that actually have disciplinary elements to them into our reading program? Did folks talk about that at all?
Well, we were tightly focused on literacy and did not systematically collect data about any other content area.
Right.
Occasionally, people, teachers really did say, you're asking us about literacy, But these conditions kind of are the same for us for math. And again, this was not systematically collected. That's not a finding that we can pull through our report. But that did come up. And we did not probe any further, so we cannot give you any more details about what that means related to math.
In that vein, what do you think you wish you could have done? Obviously, some of this came through in the report, but sort of what would your key takeaway be in terms of what you wish you could have done, but were limited either by time or availability of data or by the scope of the research as it was defined for you as consultants?
Well, how much longer do you have?
As I said, we could go for 8 hours.
I know. So I love that question, and it actually connects back to something that Michelle had said earlier. We did actually ask about instruction. I don't know that we asked about it very effectively in our survey. I think that's something that I do not think a survey is good for, and I think in some ways we kind of proved that in this. Although we were able to pull some things out, and they are in the report, and that's just related to sort of differences in practice. If I had time, I would have brought specialists in with us to do classroom observations, because I think that would have added a whole other layer of richness around, what's actually happening in that teacher-student relationship, related also to content and to environment. So that would be top on my list. Of course, you'd have to keep us here for another year, but I think that would add a lot of interesting texture to this, and we would have discovered other things. And the reason I say bring experts in is because I think you really need an expert, and this is a limitation, of our research team, of course, that I think you need the expert eye of someone who understands what they're looking at when they're looking at literacy instruction to be able to do that. So actually, you couldn't even have us do that, but you'd have to have other people do that. But I think that would be worthwhile.
All right, so now I have a section of questions that sort of delve into specific things that were surfaced by the report, and sort of helping to, because I think you did a very good job in the report. I want to, first of all, I should probably have said thank you for an excellent report. I was, for those that don't know, I was actually on a plane flying back from Europe yesterday, and so I downloaded it at the airport. It came in just as I was leaving, and it allowed me, between managing a 3.5-year-old on a plane, to have a lot of time while she was sleeping to sort of delve into it and read the 111 pages. So thank you for your exhaustive work. As someone who's done this before, I just want to also call out, I said to Dr. Hackett, it's amazing. I'm not surprised we received it right the moment before the meeting. I've been in that position myself, sort of rushing to get it in, take the things out that I don't think are supported. And so thank you for your really thoughtful work. I think it's to be congratulated. Yes. So a few things about specific topic areas that got surfaced in the report. So there's one place in the report where it says that the administration of the district actually said that the philosophical underpinning of literacy instruction in the district was a combination of the reading rope and the active view of reading. And then connected to that was this idea that the workshop model was the one piece that was mandated. I think that was really the only reference to that I saw in the report. I would just love to know, did that come up in terms of your conversations with district leadership or building leaders? Did it come up with teachers at all, those sort of philosophical underpinnings? Because for me, the workshop model it's Lucy Calkins, it's units of study, right? That's where that actually comes from. And so basically what we're saying is we sort of have this philosophical underpinning, but the one thing we're mandating is Lucy Calkins. And I'm not sure sort of how those two things fit together, and I just don't know if that was a topic of conversation or something that came up with either leaders or teachers.
So the Scarborough's reading rope and the active view of reading are things that are very clearly, they come through in the district documentation about literacy. It's sort of stated there as the theoretical framework of how they have tried to build a coherent program. In terms of what we heard from participants, again, I think a lot of that got back to communication. And somewhere in the report, I think we draw out this, broader conversation about literacy that's happened here in Winchester, but I think also other places. And that, teachers, of course, follow those things and want to know, okay, so there's, maybe there's new findings or new research. And where that philosophy came up in our conversations was largely with a question of, we'd like to understand more about why this philosophy, why we are adherents to this philosophy. If it is indeed a coherent philosophy, but we don't have the communication channels or sort of the relationships to support that conversation about, let's talk really explicitly about why we do what we do, what the theoretical underpinnings might be, why, the theories of action about how those lead to specific outcomes or don't. And so really, we didn't hear anybody push back, if that's what you're saying, about the sort of Scarborough or anything like that. Really, it was more of a question about, why do we do what we do, and questions of that nature.
So I guess what I was, yeah, thank you. I think the sort of connection, I'm thinking on two dimensions, right? So one of the dimensions is the extent to which it sort of filters down from leadership to individual classroom teachers and all of the folks in between, but also, are they, so you address the idea of, are they thinking about it? Sounds like some folks were definitely thinking about that, but are they did they come up with any ideas about how to operationalize? Because I think what's really challenging in educational practice is how to connect theory to what I'm actually doing on a day-to-day basis in my classroom, and I just don't know if you had any of those sorts of conversations.
No, not really.
Okay.
We really stayed, first of all, although we did so much data collection, we only had a period of, between 50 minutes, 55 minutes with each of these groups, and there were a number of people in them. So we didn't get deep, more deeply into that. Although, it's clear, of course, that there's a big appetite for having those conversations.
Yeah. Related to that, did you sort of ask or get into the idea of what, on the individual teacher basis or any of the folks in between, the reading specialists and such, what the quote-unquote workshop model actually means in Winchester, like how folks would define that and operationalize that?
Yes, that was a question of ours, and we got a range of responses to it. But what we did come to understand, for the most part, is it involves mini lessons and groups, and differentiated reading groups, independent reading time. I can't give you a whole rundown about what the. I'm sure there's better people in this room who could give you an explanation of what a workshop model actually is. What we heard from teachers was a lot of sort of unease about, confusion about, really how to make this work well, and what exactly it should look like.
Yeah, because I think it can mean different things to different people, and at least in my experience, if folks aren't all singing off the same song sheet, it's really hard, especially we often, I know the term balanced literacy often gets thrown around as sometimes a dirty word, right? And when you actually ask people what balanced literacy means, my experience is they each have a separate answer, right? And so I'm always nervous about, especially in the context of the report, sort of terminology being used. And I guess my question was really around, do you think that people are all in agreement on, or are they sort of in different places in terms of how to operationalize that in a...
I don't think we know.
Okay. In terms of your expert advisors, did you at all discuss what you would expect to see based on the stated model of Winchester, which is sort of to provide a buffet of curriculum choices, but with no sort of specific there's sort of this tension, right, between specific guidance or expectation versus, you should do whatever you think is right in your professional opinion. Did you discuss at all with them the sort of issue of how that buffet of curriculum choices should be used or could be used? Because the stated purpose around that is individual student instructional differentiation, right? So did you discuss with them, sort of the three quotes I pulled out from your report were that there were an absence of widely shared practices, there was curricular incoherence, and there were no systemic checks on sort of what was happening. So there's this sort of philosophical idea that there should be a buffet of choices to provide individual student instructional differentiation in the classroom. Did you talk to folks, your advisors, about sort of what they would expect, or if they've seen this model in other
Yeah.
places? And because it sounds like what you're saying is it's not working particularly well, or it's not understood particularly well. Are there other places where this model was identified and it has worked particularly well?
Well, we didn't quite get at that level.
Okay.
But yes, we had some conversations along that regard, and what we heard from them was that, school districts have been dealing with literacy and early literacy, and there's been a pendulum swinging for many years, and this is not the first time that they've seen anything like this, of course. But really, what their message was the word that came up a lot was alignment. Was that when there are lots of choices, that there needs to be like strong alignment of guidance and communication. And one thing that they kept going back to, I don't know if this is helpful for your uses, but was professional development. And the idea that, when, a teacher, one of them said to us, nobody makes more decisions in a day than a teacher, except maybe an air traffic control person. And that the ability to make those decisions in the context of the classroom, which is, as you can imagine, really relies on a teacher's sort of foundational training in no matter what it is, whether, in any given curriculum, in any broad set of techniques or methods in teaching. Again, nothing's going to work for every kid. This appears to be a fairly, accepted fact or idea in this world, but that a teacher's ability to be flexible, even with the best curriculum, would rely on, their sort of foundational knowledge about this, about literacy in general, and then about whatever in particular they're using. And so that's what that kind of alignment of sort of training and support and communication to any kind of buffet or set of curriculum is really what came through from them.
Mr. Matthews, would you mind if I did a follow-up on that
Absolutely
before
not.
we?
Go ahead.
Like many of the terms that we're using today in education, professional development often means more than the 3 release days, where what I hear you describing is a specific class around a specific curriculum or a specific idea.
That's such a good question. And I don't think I think that could be part of what we're saying. And you're right. And this comes through a little bit in our report. Just there may be some differences in what is PD?
Right.
What is PD? So I always go back to, I think it's Frank and Zhao, I can't remember, somebody can Google it, the focus, fiddle, friends model of professional development, where teachers need time to really deeply learn something, practice it with somebody who is deeply, deeply knowledgeable, and get that, sort of initial expert sense of, okay, this is what it looks like. This is how it's done. This is how I can, role play it out with somebody.
Right.
And then they need to try to sort of play with it in the context of a supportive culture where, it's okay to maybe make a mistake. They can go and try it in a classroom. They can see if it really works. And they need their friends, their colleagues who are also doing this experiment with them to bounce ideas off of, learn from each other, have the kind of generative dialogue that we know supports teacher learning. So that, when we think about PD more broadly, we think about this job-embedded system of development whereby there is this opportunity for focus with an expert, for trying things out in a safe context, and for having the collegial conversations, observing of practice and all of those things that support them. So I think that the whole system is what we're talking about when we're talking about PD. But then sometimes we get into this place where is it that 3-hour session that we did, with so-and-so on Wednesday on that early release day, and was that PD or was that an info session or what was that? And so we got some rhetorical imprecision in our field just a little bit.
Right, because what I didn't see reflected in the report, and I'm curious about if you have data that you just weren't able to present, is sort of around professional development and what opportunities teachers have offered to them and
Yeah.
how often they're able to take advantage of that opportunities, both in the classroom style professional development as well as in the in-classroom opportunities, because
Yes.
it's an important thing that, as part of a teacher's contract,
Yes.
we offer.
Yes.
So
We do
I'm-
have data about it in a couple of ways, maybe not sufficient. But there's an appendix in the report that shows the PD offerings from the district for the past 3 years. We also look at that collaboration piece in the district, sort of what time people have together. One of the things that we pull out in the report is that, teachers have this common planning time, usually once a week. And a good chunk of that is actually in the presence of the district's curriculum coordinators. So they're doing that in some cases with those folks. Part of the reason we talk about the system maybe not, meeting teacher needs is because when we ask them, when do you have the good generative conversations about literacy, or hey, how are you doing this? When are you doing this? What they reported was that those things are happening in the hallway or, before school. They're happening in moments that are not designed by the district for them to happen. And so it suggests that, ideally we would want to see those conversations moved into those district design structures for that collaboration to be happening. So looking at sort of why those conversations are not happening in those spaces is something that could be done, but that we did not do.
But was there any indication that it was a lack of time?
I would say to some extent, there's always a lack of time, right? That's like a global condition. But I don't think we actually heard that was a limitation. One thing we did hear, this might be going a little bit off your point, but I'd like to bring it forward, is that there were a lot of formal professional development opportunities that are offered during the summer.
Yeah.
And so you would think, well, that makes sense. Teachers are not teaching in the summer, they have time. Whereas if you offer it during the school year, you have to figure out release time. But, sometimes they are teaching summer school, or they have another job in the summer, or they're on vacation with their families. And so they didn't always feel as though they were able to access some professional development opportunities that they would have liked to take advantage of because of the scheduling of them.
Did that answer your question? Before we go back to Dr. Matthews, Chair Bolognese had a quick question. and
Yeah,
then we'll go
absolutely.
back to
No,
your
I
list.
only have 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Only.
Chair Bolognese, you're muted, I think.
Sorry, I'm toggling back and forth between screens on the iPad. My short question was related to something Dr. Matthews had asked, and it was just about, I think in the report you had mentioned that the teachers had said that there were specific parts of the curriculum that they found valuable. And I was wondering if you just had any comment on what those specific parts might be, or any insight on it.
On this, I think the place we mentioned that is about the units of study.
Good to hear
We were
that.
talking about how they wouldn't want
Yeah.
to get rid of all of it.
Was it specifically about units of study? I couldn't tell. I thought
Yeah,
that
sorry.
I thought there was something more specific than that.
No, it was that was said in the context of teachers saying, we want something consistent. We don't want that thing that's consistent to be units of study. There's a lot of, and in the report we draw this out more about, we ask people why they use particular curricula. And there are some like real split answers when it related to units of study. And, some teachers said, I never want to use this again. It doesn't work. Other teachers said, this is not complete, but there are pieces of this that are really valuable, and the training was really valuable. We did not systematically discover this, but it really did seem like people who had gotten that teachers college training, were the ones who were saying, there's pieces of this that I would like to retain. This specifically being pieces of the units of study in reading curriculum. I don't remember exactly which ones that they put down, but there were like specific.
Yeah, I'm not sure we asked them which
No.
parts they would like to retain, because that was kind of beyond the scope of the study. It was enough for us to hear the big picture, which was that they're not saying adopt units of study as the curriculum that the district will use, but they're also not saying, make it go away. They'd like the flexibility to be able to use parts of it, and that's about as, some teachers said that, and that's about as far as we went with that analysis.
Yeah.
Chair Bolanese, does that answer your question? Are you good?
I think so for the moment. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Matthews.
Sorry. Okay, so the color-coded system around DESE standards, could you explain a little bit? So I guess the part that I was really trying to understand is, did you hear anything about the genesis of that color-coded system and sort of how folks actually operationalize that in the classroom and sort of what their feelings were around that?
It did not come up very much,
Okay.
actually,
So
the color-coded system.
So that
In terms of our teacher feedback.
got it. So that in terms of its placement in the report, that largely came from what source of data collection?
It came from the documentation provided to us from the district.
Got it,
Yeah, and we
okay.
could see all the color coding. Teachers are certainly aware of the color coding, but it was not something that came up in the listening sessions. And we did not ask, I don't think we asked about it in our survey.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, if it's helpful, you can always follow up. I don't want to put
Okay,
you on
yeah,
the spot on any.
It's just, that comes through as just simply, when we ask, like, what is the approach? How does the district design this? One of the cornerstones is the DESE, the ELA standard. So we wanted to kind of
Right.
just draw that through, explain that that's part of what happens.
Thank you. So I'll wrap up for now with a question around culture. So the direct quote that I pulled from the report was, quote unquote, "People do not dare to talk," which was really troubling to me, right? And I would love to know, we certainly saw some data around this highlighted in the report, but were there instances that you heard of, obviously mindful of your earlier caveat around protecting individuals, but were there instances where folks reported either specific instances of dysfunction, challenges that they had around sort of things that were said or actions that were taken that created a chilling effect on their instructional practice, their ability to function in the classroom? Were there any instances of retaliation or targeting reported in the data that you collected?
Well, Becky gathers her thoughts. I just
Yeah,
don't
sorry,
chime
that
in.
was a really,
Yeah.
I saved that one for the end because that's
Yeah.
like the heaviest.
It's a heavy question, and I feel like we heard a lot of allusions to this in our teacher listening sessions, and we tried to ask, what does this look like? And there's a real range. Sometimes it's just feeling uncomfortable, and that can come from a lot of places. Some people don't like conflict.
Right.
And so they feel like by bringing this forward, they're being confrontational, they're challenging a hierarchy. They don't like that. That's not necessarily the district's fault. But there were people who talked about things like, you'll get on a list, there'll be emails, you'll be publicly called out in front of your colleagues for having raised certain issues.
I think the way I would answer your question is just to say that we did hear specific stories of people's perceptions of all of those things happening. And that was not every person, but that we're not, we stopped being surprised. It came through regularly enough that was the perception of all of those things that you had mentioned. We didn't, obviously, it's, the question for us was, what is the climate? So that's as far as we went with that, just to, note that was a theme that came through.
Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry I had to end with that, but it was important. So thank you.
As a reminder, if you have, if there are answers to bucket 2 questions that you didn't get, if you could keep track of those, and then to add to your bucket 3 questions that we can send after the fact for all committee members. Mr. Nixon.
So just mindful of the time, 1:45. I mean, I have some bucket 2 questions that are pretty black and white that I'll pass through to the superintendent or the chair. I wanted to pick up actually where Dr. Matthews just left off, this question of culture, but I want to frame it this way. Under your key takeaways, there are 3. Do we infer anything in terms of priority, in terms of why those landed in the order that they did?
Oh,
Should I infer that, 1, curricular incoherence is a root condition for the range of system-level challenges? Is that the most important finding, or is that just one of 3?
that's a really hard question. It's a really good one.
Well, that's okay, because I'm about to throw a harder one, but to other
Okay.
people at the table.
You know, I think it depends on where you sit in this.
Okay.
And, you know, I think if there's a way to not do things linearly in this world, please, somebody help me understand it. I wouldn't necessarily say that I really think it does depend. And I think in terms of priority, all of those are interconnected. I think we wrote them as 3 separate takeaways for the sake of trying to write a coherent and organized piece. You could also say it's all one big takeaway. So I wouldn't necessarily say that they are prioritized in terms of their, like, what to attack first.
So I appreciate that answer. And I ask it, here's why I ask it, although they may all be interrelated, it may be that we can't address 1 or 2 of these without addressing another.
Sure.
So I'm going to come back to the culture piece. So here's my big question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do we have a culture problem
That's never
in
been
Winchester?
answered, by the way.
What's that?
That question's never been appropriately
Okay.
answered, so.
So
it's a
in
high
this
bar.
context, do we have a culture problem in this district that has stood in the way of literacy curriculum development, selection, training, and delivery? Or, to your point, and you just said it and I wrote it down, the field of education is plagued by rhetorical imprecision. I should put that on a coffee mug. I could sell it on Etsy, make a lot of money. This can often lie at the root of many miscommunications and misunderstandings. So to the chicken and egg statement, then I ask the other question, is this the other way around? In Winchester, have we had misunderstandings about all of that in the literacy world? And those misunderstandings, they festered over time with frustration, and it's boiled over, and it's now affected the culture. I'm actually hoping it's the latter, because if this is a district where there's a culture of disrespect, broadly, there's a lack of collaboration, if we're not listening, then surely we are undermining the many other facets of instruction and learning that we're trying to accomplish here. And so Dr. Matthews had a quote. Here was one that I highlighted, I put it on a Post-it, I wrote it down. This is from your page 72. Educators described a climate where questions about the district's policies and decisions are not welcomed, period. For many, there's a sense of fear that they may be shamed, spoken harshly to, or singled out for additional evaluation if they disagree with literacy leaders. So, that first sentence really struck me. I want to read it one more time. Educators describe a climate where questions about the district's policies and decisions are not welcomed. It's difficult enough for that to be the case in the realm of literacy. If that applies more broadly to all that we do, then it's really simple to me in terms of what the priority is. I read this report, to me there's 3 C's: a culture problem, a curriculum problem, and a communication problem. We have to attack the culture first, right?
That's why I asked that last.
Yeah, that's why you left, that was your last, right? So, and I guess if there's a silver lining to this, one doesn't have to be a professional educator to perceive cultural problems, right? And to work to sort of fix them. But this lands squarely in the lap of the superintendent, in my mind. I wanted to, so I just want that to sort of sit with folks, because it's a question I have. I'm really not sure what the answer, and I may have stepped on you. I think you were about to actually answer my question. I really am interested, was it the chicken or the egg? And you may not have a perception of that.
Well, I think that, can it be chicken and egg? I don't think it's quite that. I don't think there's a clear causality that we can point to in that way. I think it's probably some of both. And I just want to chime in that this study was tightly focused on literacy.
Sure.
The findings described here are specific to what's going on about literacy. I know I said, people started talking about math, but we cannot generalize these findings to another content area from what we have done.
Right.
Or more broadly.
So, if some of the roots of this have to do with that rhetorical imprecision, it may well be that real and shared effort towards addressing the shortcomings that the report identifies goes a long way towards addressing the culture. But I'm not sure. As I sit here, I'm kind of unconvinced of that. I'm feeling like this starts with culture. That was sort of my big statement. But because Dr. Matthews mentioned, he asked the question about principles, I will offer, it's a very interesting article, maybe you saw it in Ed Week, it was published on June 14th, and it was called Who Trains the Trainers? And it was an article about how districts big and small wrestle with developing and changing literacy curriculum. And what was interesting about it, and unfortunately it's a light read. I mean, it should have been the foreword of a book, and probably it is, and I need somebody will tell me where to find the book. You'll tell me where to find the book. But the gist of the article was just on the importance of principles in that process. I've long thought, I think we all think of principals or, there are instructional leaders in the building. Principals are student-facing, they're teacher-facing, and they're parent-facing. And I do appreciate, given your effort, that you didn't want to kind of single out folks, and when we start talking about a role for which there are relatively few in the district, you kind of don't want to single them out. So there was a page in here that assured me you were talking to principals. I would really love to understand, when we get to talk about actual recommendations, whether it's around, culture, or it's about curriculum or communication, I really hope we can be explicit about what our expectations are of principals and how we can support them. And again, it's not a criticism that they're not mentioned here specifically, but I think in moving forward, we should be clear and explicit about the role that principals can play.
Ms. Bergstrom, did you have additional questions?
I do, but I'm happy to wait if you have some as well.
Either way, well, why don't you go first, and then I only have a few.
Okay. It struck me as I was reading the report that there's a lot of information in it. As Mr. Nixon says, he describes it well as chicken and egg, and it's this or that too. So our teachers describe wanting a lot of autonomy, but also want a floor, want things that are mandated to them. Did you get any sense from the educators as part of this process what they view as a balance in autonomy and control?
Well, that was not a focus of our questioning, so different people maybe gave different answers to that. I think what I'd say is that that feels very much to me like a next step in understanding, what would such a balance look like? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would also add that I think that changes for teachers throughout their career. What we definitely heard that new teachers are looking for a lot more structure and support. And then more experienced teachers would probably be comfortable with more levels of autonomy. And so you really can't answer it in a simple way. It's going to be different, and it's going to be changing. And it's something that could be explored in a lot more depth going forward.
But the report also seems to suggest that the autonomy is what's leading to the inconsistency.
Well, I think we can say that it is. We heard a little bit ago about in professional development how important it is to have friends with whom that was the Fs that were used, that people doing the same thing as you so that you can work together on it. And when there is this autonomy, teachers identified that they really felt like that was lacking, that they didn't have other people doing the same kinds of things that they could connect with, talk about, not even informal professional development, just water cooler conversations, because they weren't sure who was doing what, and it wasn't always consistent. So they are looking for some basic building blocks that would be in place, at least across their grade level and ideally across schools, so that they have that kind of built-in collaboration base. And then the ability to do a little bit more with it as needed. Bring in some other things that are useful for them or for particular students. Not have every day scripted for them. Nobody wants that, not the teachers, not the parents, not the administrators, nobody. But they are looking for some structure. And we don't have an answer about like 70% structure and 30% autonomy, or 60% autonomy and 40% structure. We didn't get that granular, and I'm not sure anybody could answer that with finality. But I think that's the kind of thing that could be a conversation going forward.
Did that answer your question, or do you want to hear more?
A little bit. And did they define what structure means for them?
Some people did. Not everybody did. I think really these questions are hard because partially because that was not sort of what our work was designed to do, was get it. So you know, what exactly would this look like? I think that's why we talk about it a little bit as next steps. I do think that there are lots of people in the district, lots of teachers with ideas and opinions, thoughts that they have developed over time or brought in with them from other districts or came back from various professional developments with about this very question. And I think maybe this gets back to the chicken or egg question, but I think that it's a very interesting question. One that there's lots of information about. What I think may be lacking is the channels of communication that would allow those answers from teachers to really surface. I think they do have answers to that. Again, we did not probe for exactly what would this look like if you had it in the ideal world. But again and again, people said, look, we know there's no magic bullet. We know that this can happen in a district and they get X, Y, and Z told to them, this is going to fix everything, and it never fixes everything because there is no magic bullet, and we need teachers to have the autonomy and the discretion to be making some choices. And what that balance looks like, I don't think anybody has a clear answer, but people have ideas, and they'd like to be, I think, part of how that question gets answered here.
Did that answer your question?
Well enough for now.
Good for now, okay. Ms. Bolognese, did you have additional questions?
Hi, thanks. Just pulling up my list.
You have a list?
Well, I mean, I think they're small. So I had a little bit of a hard time hearing about the about ERSP, and I guess if I'm repeating the question, then please forgive me. But I guess what was the opinion on ERSP relative to other methods for identifying and supporting struggling readers? Was there a particular suggestion about that?
I think in a nutshell,
or its effectiveness, I guess.
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, there were a couple bullet points there. One was that can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. One was that there's been some real recent improvement, particularly with the advent of full Dibbles administration in the early grades. The second was that the ERSP has many components of what teachers would consider sort of a strong system of tiered supports, but it did not have a full set of those components. And finally, that there was confusion about how the program is really instantiated school to school and even within some schools.
Okay. And then jumping down, I think you had mentioned, or you had listed several of the data sources that you had used, and then you mentioned that you had pulled in data from DESE. And I was just wondering if you had, or what kinds of data you had pulled in from DESE in the context of the list data that you had.
The DART data about
The-
the MCAS.
Yes, but I also think that David pulled down from DESE. I have to get back to you about that.
Oh, okay. No problem. And then later you had said Winchester exceeds the minimal instructional amount of time. And I was just wondering, does that mean that is a good thing, that we're exceeding the minimum instructional amount of time? Or does that mean that the time is not being used efficiently for whatever reason?
Yeah, we don't put a value, we did not put a value judgment on it. It's just what we were observing.
It's just what?
It's just what we observed from the data.
You observed.
We do not put a value judgment on that.
Okay. Fair enough. And then with regard to the PD, with the professional development, I thought that was very interesting. And then in the appendix, you had a list of the kinds of professional development. And I was wondering, so were these, and maybe this is a judgment call again, so were these particular PD useful, or was it, are they helpful in terms of helping with the literacy needs of students and with teachers? Or I saw that there was a preference for having more of outside professional development. So I guess I was just trying to get a feeling for, or a better understanding of the list of PD offerings.
Yeah, again, that's the list of PD offerings that the district supplied for the past 3 years.
Right.
Our sense from teachers was that they did not feel that they're getting effective professional development for literacy.
Yeah, I'll say that that's a
all right.
global response. It may be that maybe many of the things on that individual list were well received by the teachers who attended them.
Right.
We didn't ask about that. But what we did ask more broadly is PD as a system serving your needs. And what we heard was for many teachers, it is not. So that's not a reflection on the individual courses that were offered. It's how Winchester offers PD and the overall content of what is offered.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And let me just see. And I guess just in summary, I guess I thought that there were some great suggestions from the teachers on what could be done better with regard to professional development and having the chance to collaborate with each other and how best that they could support each other with teachers with more experience, teachers with fewer years of experience. So I just really appreciated the teachers' input and their recommendations on what could be improved. And I do agree with, or I do also think that the culture is an important aspect to address, and just developing that, I think having this process of the report or the process of working with the design team and with the collaborative has been a huge step in the right direction, I believe. And so I hope that we can just continue to work further on developing that trust and relationship, and teacher input and collaboration.
Is that it for questions, Ms. Bolognese?
End of my questions for
Good.
the moment.
Okay, great. Well, again, I'll thank you for a very fulsome. I have a couple of questions, but for a very fulsome presentation and the questions and answers that you provided to the committee so far. You've covered a lot of ground. I had just a couple areas that I was curious about. Notwithstanding the inconsistency, I guess, between schools and within schools and just with the language used for same things, I noted and this gets back to the approach, the response rates were significantly lower in the Lynch and the Morocco communities, which are characterized by more dual income families, more lower income, more special needs, more English language learners, and so I was curious if there had been additional outreach to try to. I mean, I understand why it would be lower. People are because of some of those factors. But I wondered if there had been additional outreach or additional weighting or additional the findings that you may have seen that since those two communities may have a slightly different demographic makeup than the other three communities, just kind of what you saw, what you may have adjusted for, or is it pretty much issues were exactly the same in either?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to the parent survey, right? Well, that was where we saw more variability among the response across schools. For the teachers, it was pretty consistent. For the parents, there were essentially two surveys within the parent survey. There was an overall group of questions for parents that did not ask them to associate with one school or another because they could have children at two different schools. So then we asked them whether they wanted to give us individual data on individual students. And that was where we asked, where is this individual child attending school, or where did they attend school if they had recently completed elementary school? So that's where we have the school level variability in the responses. We didn't find a whole lot of variation. Now, we did not do statistical significance testing on every response, on every group of questions by school, but overall, I would say there was not a lot of variability there, and so we did not wind up doing any weighting of when we talked about results globally for one school or another being more or less represented. It was also, you're right that there was variability in the response rate, but it wasn't that dramatic. It wasn't as though we only got 10% from one district and 70% from another. That would have definitely given us some cause for concern. But between the results that we saw and the overall response rates, we didn't give it any more attention than that.
Okay, so yeah, the range was 16% to 28%. So it felt big being in the 16% community,
that,
but
yeah.
But I hear if you're not seeing a lot of differences, that maybe that's fine. One of the other questions
Sorry, before you move on, can I just ask one?
Please.
Is it okay?
Go ahead.
So did you have socio-demographic criteria or characteristics for the folks that responded by school? Because we have quite a bit of socio-demographic variability among the 5 elementary schools, and so I don't know if you actually had a view into the data of who what the particular characteristics of the respondents or non-respondent populations were in those 5 schools. Because just to be very clear, the 2 schools that had the lower response rate, which Mr. Hopcroft was noting, also happen to be the ones that have the highest level of differences in terms of race, ethnicity, and SES.
Yeah. We asked identifying information for the individual students, not for the parents who were taking the survey. So if they reported on an individual student, we did not ask about socioeconomic factors. We did ask ethnicity, race and ethnicity, and we asked about whether or not whether they have an individualized education plan or whether they're receiving additional supports. Grade and gender, we also asked about. I think that was it, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, so was there anything notable about that? Was there sort of like a lower, because you did ask the race ethnicity question?
Well, yeah, there were too few non-white students to make a meaningful analysis by race and ethnicity. We also asked about language, whether the child's first language was English or another language, or learned both together. And again, too few students whose first language was not English to make those comparisons meaningful, especially given that it wasn't a huge data set. It
Right.
wasn't 1,000 or 1,500 students that we were looking at. It was 500 odd across all the schools and a little over 400 currently in the elementary schools.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews, for adding some precision to my question.
I thought I knew kind of where you were.
It would have been helpful to have the SES layer, given
Yeah.
the lack of race and ethnicity in our town. But my other area that I was curious about was relating to culture and feedback mechanisms, and just if you observed existing channels of feedback within, are there feedback mechanisms for teachers to be able to communicate back, to speak back? Are they just not being used because of the trust issues, or do they just not exist? And I think we talked already about within and outside the literacy scope, but just wondered if people talked about, whether that exists or just doesn't, or they just don't trust it, or.
Well, I don't know that there, oh, sorry. I think, I don't think that there are necessarily formal channels for feedback in that way, other than what we note that, there are meetings with leaders. I think that may be part of what we see. And I think really what came through, and the most that I can say from our data, is that even were those channels to exist right now, the sense we got really strongly was that we don't feel like we could necessarily, and this is not universal, but many people would say, I don't trust that I can speak my piece. I don't trust that that my information will be treated respectfully, or that I will then be treated respectfully. So it was really that kind of ethos. We cannot quantify that. There's all kinds of ways that culture emerges. It probably, it's a function of so many factors, including historical factors that we have absolutely no insight into. And all we did was come in with a snapshot with curiosity, saying, okay, so what's going on? What do things look like here? And that sort of lack of trust piece, that issue with the climate came back almost immediately as something really, really important, and really very, very important to teachers.
Great, thank you. So I know that this is all sort of fresh in the last 24 hours for us as a committee and for the district leadership. I'd like to give Dr. Hackett an opportunity, if he wants to start talking or thinking about, again, it's very early times, his initial reactions on maybe where we go from here. But I just want to see, are there any other clarifying questions at this point before we give it to Dr. Hackett?
I just wanted to follow up on what you asked. Did you get a sense from the teachers when they talk about this culture of mistrust? And because you also noted that there's a strong collegial atmosphere among our teachers, that our teachers trust each other. It's not that there is a cultural lack of trust in the district,
Right.
As a whole,
Right.
but that it's almost a lack of control combined with a lack of trust from the teachers, that they don't feel like they have control or autonomy. Even though we say we're giving them autonomy, they don't have control of autonomy. And if they question that control and autonomy, then at a higher level, beyond their own teaching staff, do you have a sense of where that started? Did the teachers give you any sense of how long that feeling has existed in the district?
So I don't think control came through exactly. I don't think it was a sense that teachers want more control exactly. Well, maybe I could hear what you mean by control. That's not what came through from us so much, as it was, I think, wanting to be heard, wanting for their opinions, their experiences with the, resources, curriculum, communication, all of that. I think wanting to sort of be in partnership about how decisions get made, maybe. Right. But then the last part of your question, I'm sorry.
Do you get the sense of how long they feel like this environment has existed in the district? Because some national data strikes me at the same time. because we don't have any data to sort of compare ourselves to other districts.
Yes.
But there is a lot of national data, like nationally, 17% of teachers feel like they lack control over the resources and supplies that they have to properly
Yeah.
teach. 24% say they lack control over the curriculum that they teach and the way that they want to teach it. And it seems to be, I incredibly value and respect our teachers, and I think our community values and respects our teachers. But when we start talking about culture, there's internal culture and then external
Of course.
culture as well. And so I was just trying to get a sense, if culture is a problem that we need to tackle in the district, how much is internal? How much is external? And do we get a sense from the teachers about that?
Yeah. The sense we got. So I almost think it's unfair for me to publicly say, because that was just not a question that we asked.
Okay.
What we were asking was about internal culture. So we did not probe for things like, conversations that are happening in the world. We were really tightly focused on, what goes on, what's your day-to-day like, how is this program working for your needs? And
Right.
therefore, that's what we heard. So, even if we might have heard here and there about broader conversations, it just wasn't, it did not come through so strongly to even be in our report. And I think in terms of, and some people, again, said, this has been longstanding, but we did not ask, give us a date or something like that. We heard some things about COVID, and that really being quite a challenging moment, of course, for everybody. And in the wake of that, getting to see some sort of holes or weaknesses open up that maybe had gone unnoticed, or maybe that had just not been as prominent in their purview before. But again, we don't probe for that. We generally don't try to recreate a history like that, because people's memory, it's very difficult to do that. It was really just the scope for us to say, right from where you're sitting now, what are your experiences?
The current
of
state
this?
of
Yeah.
being.
Yeah. So I would say, it felt very urgent for teachers.
Oh, absolutely.
It felt very. It did not feel new. It felt like, oh, okay, now you're going to hear us. But certainly we heard things like, we've been trying to talk about this for some time. We don't know what some time means.
Okay, thank you.
Any other committee clarifying questions, or?
No, I just wanted to say there are a lot of educators in the room. I think in my experience, having people show up at 9:30 on June 25th after the school year's ended, staying into what's now going to be our 4th hour of meeting is something that needs to be called out. So to those of you who are wonderful educators in our district who are sitting in the room for all of this, thank you for coming, thank you for participating, thank you for your voices and your participation in this report. I think it's vitally needed. I have to confess, as a researcher, the fact that we approached 100% participation by educators is notable.
K-5 educator.
K-5 educators is notable, is shocking, and is just wonderful. So I think it really speaks to how lucky we are as a town and as a district. And I know some are also parents and have students in the district, residents of Winchester, so thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Dr. Hackett.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you to everybody also for being here. Thank you to the committee for receiving this in short order, trying to turn it around, process it some, and being able to ask questions. I just would say a few things. One, we asked for this. We wanted to know. So now we know, right? So to some of the questions around culture, I'm not incredibly surprised that there are cultural issues. I've been here 3 years, and on the way in, was hearing a lot of feedback from parents, certainly, about some of the challenges and concerns that they had. I think that predated me even, so I don't think any of us in here should be shocked by the fact that there are culture issues. The depth of the culture issues is I'll stop short of saying shocking, but is obviously extremely concerning, right? The data are overwhelming, and they are pretty much unanimous. To Mr. Matthews earlier, just the point he just made, We wanted to know this so badly that we carved out staff meeting time for teachers to take this survey. We created time in the regular workday for teachers to participate in the, so at no point in time, at all points in time, I think we made a very strong effort to make sure that we heard and got the data, period. Yeah. Understanding that this day would come, and that where we would be and what all of it would say, we weren't entirely sure of. So, you know, clearly the question of culture is at the heart of all of it, but it's also trust, right? So trust is the foundation of culture. We can't build culture without trust. So we've trusted a group to come in and give us an independent review. They've done that. We've trusted this community to hear this report and all of its just lumps and bruises and very open criticisms and critiques of what is happening. I mean, there's no other way to say it. So the idea that how we move forward right now, the hope would be that we're all part of this, right? We can't improve culture without all being dedicated to improving that culture. And for me, you know, from a leadership perspective, we need to build the trust back. And those are the conversations that I've already started to have with the design team, just as an example that, you know, we are in a dysfunctional family relationship was how it was described to me. And I fully think that's, I think that's a great analogy. We have dysfunction in the family. We all care about each other. We all care about our kids, right? But we need to figure out how to come back to being able to say things that aren't easy to hear, like what we're hearing right now, to say things that aren't easy to say, and to be able to do that in an environment where there's trust, where there's civility, where there's respect, and also an understanding that we're in an organization of 800 people. So there are times when we're not all going to agree on the direction. I think that from, you know, I think the key for us moving forward is getting teachers into and at the table with the work, and doing that in a place where they feel safe, as we've provided with this survey. We very loudly and clearly hear that people do not feel like they've been able to say what they wanted to say. That has to change, and that starts with me. I'm committed to that, and our team will be committed to that. You know, I think that as we think about what are the most tangible next steps of this, and clearly given thought to this, but it was important for me to hear the committee's questions and the answers from the collaborative. First of all, the public's going to want to comment on this, and they're going to have questions about this, right? So we do our public comment, the committee does, it's part of the agenda. It's never been or intended to be a good mechanism for really being able to have it be a dialogue. But the public needs to have the opportunity to talk to the collaborative, to ask questions of the collaborative, to ask questions of me as a superintendent. What we had talked about yesterday, kind of at the end of the day, in one of the sessions, is creating 2 or 3 opportunities for that to happen over the course of the summer. Understanding people are gone, right? You know, the report is hot right now, and I'm sure there's some energy around that. So we had talked about the possibility of doing something as early as this Thursday, just a Zoom, 6:30, hosted by the district, but really the focus being on people who may not have heard anything yet, I doubt it, but being able to have an opportunity to ask questions directly of the collaborative, the same kind of opportunity that you've had here today. You know, the next piece of this, I think it's clear that we have to we can't set aside the literacy question and what are we doing and where are we going until we fix the culture. It has to happen at the same time, and that's not easy to do, right? We know where our starting point is. I don't see a way around not having, is it double negative? Yep. Not having someone come in and facilitate that for us. I don't think that our staff, I don't think that our parents necessarily, maybe us, we're not in a place, I don't think, where we can set up a process in a way that we would be the leaders of that process and have people feel comfortable with that process. So much like the collaborative has come in and created that safe space, I think we really need to explore that as we talk about what are the next steps with literacy, right? Because people have got to be able to feel like, if we're going to fix this, whatever it is, we've got to make sure that people feel like they can be part of that in a way that's honest and open. So I see that as a next step for us to really kind of explore what would that look like, who would we talk about, what makes sense. Are we talking about a literacy expert? Are we talking about a strong facilitator? The design team, in the couple meetings that I had with them, had some thoughts around that. It was almost like a mediator, like a facilitator, it doesn't necessarily have to be a literacy expert. It's more about building a structure that allows for full participation, bringing people to the table to really start to have these conversations. So part of what I would like to do is have you as a committee be thinking about that in terms of that approach. What would we be looking for from an outside group if that is a direction that does make sense to people? I think that we need to create also, we know the committee approved a budget that had $300,000 in it for literacy kind of earmarked. At that time, we had talked about doing some after-school support program. But that would have been for this year. So that was a budget discussion about this year's budget, not the budget that we were in. And also talked about some additional math coaches and support in math. We've not acted on the math coaches. I think we need to think about that $500,000 right now and just push pause on that to see what the next few weeks bring and what the immediate needs might be for us. And understanding that is one piece of money that we have currently available to us. Not to say that, that is going to be where it all lands, but we know that we have it right now. I guess those were the main points that I wanted to make. Those are the main points that I wanted to make. I mean, we didn't get here overnight. And we're not getting out of here overnight, right? So, we are in need of some help and some support. We're committed to changing this because we don't even know, to Mr. Nixon's point, what the impact of this might be in other areas. That wasn't part of the study, but if there's a cultural issue, it's probably safe to assume there's a cultural issue elsewhere too within the district. And, I think we just need to be able to work on that, but not do it exclusively and then say, we've got to get this right before we start moving on the things that we need to do for kids. So, those are really have been the things that have been swirling in my head. And, I think some of those are, I think we need to make some decisions on those. I think some of them are critical. I think, we do need some outside facilitation around these next steps, based on where we are right now. And hopefully we can change that over time, but that's where I think we are right now. So, thank you.
Dr. Hackett, I'd even suggest we need 2 facilitators, because when we started this process, we talked about how we wanted to be able to better describe how we approach, teach, and what our data is around success with that teaching and literacy in this district. And you chose to pull back on that kind of a presentation to the community in lieu of moving this forward first, which has obviously been invaluable to our work. But I feel like when we look back at that, what makes quality Tier 1 instruction, the curriculum and instruction and evaluation of that is an important piece. And this is not a reflection on your work. This is what we asked you to do, and it's just very limited. I can't look at this report and still definitively say with confidence to our teachers or our community what we do in literacy. So I think if we're going to look at moving forward from this, I think we need someone to help us look at that curriculum and instruction piece, while at the same time we're looking at the environment and the structures we provide in that environment to build trust and to move that collaboration that our teachers already feel from beyond their collegial staffs to the broader district-wide community. And while the two are intermeshed, I almost see them as parallel tracks for our success.
Can I just say I second that wholeheartedly, and we had some really explicit conversation at this table, including, I think, upon a motion of a committee member about a deliberate change of course. And I think what the committee felt is to better understand the nature of change, a pivot, really super important to understand what you're doing now and why, where it's strong and where it's not. So I appreciate everything you just said and, how you described sort of the pivot towards this approach, which is super helpful. By the way, I didn't mean to suggest, we have to address the culture first before we do the others, because, that might be nice, but to your earlier point, is there any way in life to describe things that aren't linear? We don't have the luxury of that kind of time.
So I wanted to say, I don't disagree with the point about a second facilitator, but I actually think there is quite a bit in the report that tells us what's going on. And it's not good, right? It's really not, I've been in this field for a while, and what I saw in the report that did actually, I feel like, I don't mean to bring you into a debate, but I feel like there was actually data provided that showed that we are doing things that are not reflective of widely accepted current either leadership in curricular issues or instructional practice. I think we're genuinely doing things that aren't best practices, that aren't aligned with what other good districts do, what other folks who are researchers in the field of education. I think there were concrete examples of that. I just fundamentally disagree that that wasn't there. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have a facilitator to help us on the way to move forward, but to go back to Dr. Hackett's comment about being shocked, I was genuinely shocked. I have to say this kept me up last night, because what I saw, what I heard from this report, the data that you brought forward did not reflect or represent what I know to be best practices for instructional practice around literacy. It just wasn't there. It's possible there are things that were missed. It's possible that there are other questions that need to be asked.
And I guess that's what I'm
sure.
saying, Mr. Matthews, it's not there. So does it not exist?
But I think some of it is. That's what I think I'm trying to get at. I think there is actually quite a bit of rich information there. It doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to ask more questions, but I think we also can't discount the fact that there is actually quite a bit there, and it was really troubling.
All right, Ms. Bolognese, do you have any comments on the path forward, on the next steps?
Oops, sorry. I appreciated Dr. Hackett's comments about seeking an outside facilitator to help start the conversation and I guess continue the conversation and working with our teachers and making sure that everyone has the opportunity to come to the table and be able to work together. I think that being able to work together and developing trust as you work together will go a long way towards where we want to be and where we need to get.
Great, and I'll just say, I do appreciate the approach, Dr. Hackett. I think first and foremost, we've heard from a lot of members of our community that notwithstanding all of the voices that have been heard throughout this process, which are comprehensive, and we do appreciate that, but that families still want to be able to ask you questions and react to this and have a better experience maybe than public comment allows. So I appreciate creating those forums for our community to have those direct conversations with you. As sort of we wrap up this phase and then moving forward, I think really centering this around trust and around educators and how we need to move forward makes a lot of sense from my point of view as well. So I'm, no one is happy with the results of the research you have, but I think that we are all very happy to have it out in the open and known, not say that it hasn't been said many times, but have it in this sort of format where it can be actionable. And so I do look forward to that process moving forward. We do have a few more action items on our agenda, so I just want to, we're a little bit over time already, but I don't want to cut off anyone if there are any last comments or remarks on this agenda item. Hearing none, I'd like to move on, and thank you all for staying with us for so long. I appreciate it.
Just a matter of clarification, if anybody has questions, though, about, particularly if it's interpreting language in the report, is it best for us to send those questions to Dr. Hackett, CC the chair? There's, you can share with us by email what the hard stop is for that, and you get a bolus of questions. You can fire it off to the collaborative. Is that fair?
Yep, I mean, if you could do that by Friday, at least the initial set,
Yep.
that would be great. And I
That
can
could
try
be
to
helpful.
If there's repetitiveness or, I mean, I pretty much will just be forwarding it on, but at least it'll be in one
Okay,
document.
thank you.
And I should also thank you two for everything, and you don't have to sit on the hot seat anymore as we move on to the
I
rest
think
of
they
our
should sit
agenda.
there a little lot longer.
We might bring you into our breakfast and lunch fee increase and see what the families think of that. But
Just pull up the table and.
but thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're not done, but you're done for now.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for your thoughtful questions. Really appreciate it.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
For your work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so the next item of business on our agenda is the consideration of the 24-25 Whitson's breakfast and lunch fee increase. Normally, I would say let's take a break here, but we only have 2 items on the agenda, so I'd like to power through if we can.
We have some timing concerns too.
And yes, it's getting very late.
Well, or really early. So you don't need to take action on this tonight. We can bring it back, but we wanted to let you know, and Andrew did provide a memo, if you have any questions about that, but we really are required to make an increase in our prices based on state regulations around food service. So we wanted to make you aware of that tonight, today. Jeez.
Today.
Careful, or it will
Today.
become
I was going to
true.
say,
Yep.
be careful.
Today, I stopped myself, which is really
I have a hard
pretty
stop at
incredible.
5:30.
Right, in the morning. But we want to make you aware of it, so that really is informational as much as anything else. Andrew, also not on here, but in the previous comment section, provided you a mock-up of a new sign for the Ambrose School, that we have an Ambrose parent in here right now who has been, certainly, I'm sure, with others, driving that through. Andrew's favorite part of this is that he doesn't have to do anything because it would be essentially a kind of a gift in kind from the Parent Association. You don't need to take action on it tonight, but you were provided the mock-up of it, I think, quite a bit last week at some point. If there are questions or concerns, then if you could get those to me. If people have questions right now, I'm sure Stephanie would be happy to answer any if you have them now, too.
My only observation would be if we put in a new sign at Ambrose, can there be some conversation about where it should go? Because twice DPW crews have hit the sign during snow removal, and it's taken some abuse and, just.
Stephanie's right there.
Yes, please, that would be great.
I mean, in other words, that may be a conversation with DPW.
Can you
in
tell
terms
us where
of
it
snow
is,
and ice.
Stephanie?
She might have already had the
Yeah, I was just going to say,
based
she may
on-
have already had
yeah.
that.
So I was told the sign is 24 years old, and it currently resides right at the entrance of our semicircle driveway. Now, if it's not a snow plow, it's going to be the snow mound that leans against it and creates a lot of wear and tear on our rickety wooden sign right now. So the placement of it is unfortunate, but makes sense because it's at the entrance of the school. Right now, we're thinking about pushing it back, so it's further away from our main road, and using a sturdier material. So it's going to be, what is it called? Carved polypropylene and granite posts. So hopefully, it'll be able to take, I mean, I don't know how much it's going to snow, but, a good substantial amount of weight against it.
So same corner, just pushed back. a
Pushed
little bit.
back,
Yeah,
further away from the main road,
yeah.
yeah. But not removing the tree, because that would be unfortunate.
Yes.
It's a very attractive sign.
Thank you, thank you, I'm glad you like it.
I mean, I would love to talk about all of our schools and signage, because I think we've got some pretty old and ugly, less functional signage for our other schools. I think it doesn't mean it's not awesome
Absolutely.
and amazing, but I think this is, we have 5 elementary schools, and I think my one concern when I saw it was, oh gosh, what about the other schools that don't have the privilege of
You get a new
having-
sign when you get a new building.
I
That's
think
how it
what's
works around
really
here. It's a 50-year
motivating this
life.
is not that it's just ugly,
not a
it's
joke.
not, it's actually quite cute, but it's actually falling over at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah. No.
So it's a
Yeah.
little bit of a
Yeah.
hazard.
I mean, I think maybe as a committee, we need to just talk about, maybe we do a quick review of signage and whether there are any acute pressing needs, and just wanted to put it out there.
I'd be happy to support those conversations and the other parent organizations in doing those.
And we really appreciate the PTO helping us
Yeah.
out on Ambrose and supporting that.
Absolutely, and it's not, Ambrose PTO doesn't just support Ambrose. We all work across all the elementary schools and McCall, and occasionally the high school, to really work together as a community.
So thank you for that.
Just in all seriousness, to Dr. Hackett's point, you get a new building, you get a new sign. So we are actually addressing this in the new Lynch, just like we did at the high school. And the focus is on having something that's more permanent, reflects the character of the building, that's thoughtfully placed in an area where it's not going to get damaged with snow and ice, and just simply more durable materials.
For the new.
You get a new school, you get a new playground too. Lynch,
You get
we
two.
can talk
everything.
about how well
like-
we've
I think
worked
you
on
get
those
three
too.
over there, if I'm not mistaken. But will we get 2 new signs at Lynch?
You're getting 2 new signs.
We have 2 entrances?
Mr. Hopcroft?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
No road signage, though, so don't even bring it up.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, guys.
And I don't,
Thank
I
you.
mean, certainly, if
Thank
the
you.
committee's comfortable with it, if you wanted to take action today, it's completely up to you. I didn't mean to say
On-
that you couldn't take
on-
action
on
on
the signage?
Approving
on
the
that
gift.
particular
Yeah.
sign.
Can we, because I noticed it, did it make it onto the agenda?
It's not on the
No,
agenda.
it's just under my report.
And I
So
suggest it's really, I think this is more of an
acceptance of a gift.
an administrative decision
Yeah.
with our input. So if we have questions or comments, we should
Yeah.
just funnel them to Dr.
Yeah.
Hackett.
No, I mean,
you know.
I just didn't want to
I
violate
wasn't sure
any,
that
because it wasn't
piece.
noticed, I didn't want to violate any.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
Working
can
on trust
accept,
issues.
we can accept the gift later.
I mean, it's good for us to be aware of this. I support that, but I'm not sure it needs like a vote of the committee.
We'll probably accept it as a gift at.
I was going to say,
at the
accept it
next
as a
meeting.
gift in the value at our next meeting. But you can move forward. I think is what Mr. Nixon's saying. You don't need to wait for us to officially
That's what I
approve the
wanted to
dollar
say, but
amount.
couldn't say it.
Excellent.
And I think, Andrew, in the next, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, I cannot
The
see.
capital planning prioritization.
Okay, yes, thank you. So I think,
But before we get,
sure.
just, here's a segue. Given the last item, which is the Whitson's, the fee
you.
discussion,
Thank
there
you,
is
thank
an
you, thank
item,
you.
which Mr. Marin will discuss in a moment, regarding the McCall, Kitchen, and Servery area. And there are some options for funding that, which could include some fee-based support for that work. And so this is a little bit circular, but when we get to this point, and Mr. Marin can just very briefly describe that, I just want to, I guess I'm waving just a yellow caution flag that depending upon where we want to take that and the timing, that may also then impact fees. It might, depending upon the sort of the urgency behind the project. But I don't think that was part of your initial suggestion around fee adjustment, right? Correct. Yeah, so that may get revisited, that's all. Anyway,
Okay.
I'll shut up.
No, with that, I mean, I think, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew and you, Chris. I'm going to grab that mic.
Do we,
from the
do we
public
want to
meeting.
explicitly not vote on the fee increase today? Is
I would
that-
recommend we not
Okay,
today.
And you don't need to, it's not that timely.
okay.
So are we,
We're moving on.
are we putting off the entire conversation in general then? Because we still have capital prioritization, school committee meeting dates. Should we just get any questions about the fee increase to Mr. Marin?
That was what I was
Okay,
trying to.
that's what I thought too.
I was
So
just-
we're going to hold on
The fee increase.
both of those items?
No, just the fee increase.
It's just hard to hear a little bit.
Yeah. Karen, I was in your
I
position
guess
last
I would,
time.
yes, that is true. No, I was going to say, it would be helpful just to be able to look over the information on Whitson's a little more carefully.
Yeah, we just wanted to put that in front of you today so that we could come back to it in July. July's plenty
Yeah.
of time for the actual decision.
Okay.
It would give me plenty of time to look at it too.
Yes.
On the capital piece, I want to make an introductory sort of comment and ask Mr. Marin to kind of walk through this. As the committee is well aware, the schools are in a unique position because when it comes to the capital season, we tend to have 2 sets of cheerleaders. So the administration, meaning the superintendent and your leadership team, can bring recommendations to the school committee. We discuss them, we prioritize capital projects. Most often, those are kind of program-driven, or if they're particularly large
Mr.
dollar
Nixon, could you
values.
stag the microphone back so I can hear?
Put the microphone
please?
close to your
Sorry
face.
to interrupt.
Just not right,
Can you
yeah.
get closer?
Hopefully is that better? Hope that's better.
Is that better?
Is that better?
Getting better. You were a lot louder a little while ago.
Oh, okay. So I'll try to speak a little louder. So we're unique because unlike the police department has an advocate, which is the police chief, fire department has an advocate, it's fire chief, right, et cetera. But on the school side, we have district administration that brings recommendations here to the table. We talk about them and we sort of jointly vote priorities with supportive administration that go to capital. But similarly, there are many examples of kind of renewal and replacement projects that some of us may kind of generically think of as kind of maintenance items that come from our school facilities manager, that's Pete Lawson, through DPW. And so he also then advocates for school buildings, but coming at it from a different point of view. And really for the past several years now, in response to very specific requests to do so, we've tried hard to sort of better understand and inform this committee kind of on whose plates are those items and on whose plates are those priorities, just to give the committee kind of a sense of context. And we've done that certainly in memo form the past couple of cycles. And what Mr. Marin has really done a great job in working on and developing is what we're kind of calling a draft 5-year CapEx priority matrix. CapEx literally meaning capital spending, right? So regardless of funding source, this is a big picture of 5-year capital priorities. They come from the DPW, they come from administration, they may come from us. And some of these are also informed by the VFA database update that some of us saw and participated in. So this is very much a draft document. It is a 5-year outlook. Don't assume that everything that's on this list would eventually come to the capital planning committee. It won't, because as I said, it's sort of, it's agnostic as to funding source. And Andrew has kind of come up with a column here where we're developing pull downs on kind of the different funding sources that might be eligible for some of this work. But what we wanted to do, and hopefully this was effective, is actually specifically go in and color code in blue those items for which either presently or our expectation is would be advocated for by administration and the school committee, to distinguish those from the many other projects that DPW has identified by Mr. Lawson. So this is really just a big, big picture. There are a couple of tabs that I think we have generated a PDF and made that available in the folder. Is that right, Mr. Marin? So you can actually see, there it is. We created a couple of breakout tabs that show you spending by projects by building and also projects kind of by type. So building envelope, building interiors, et cetera. And so if I go to that top one, that's a big number, $2.8 million, but 1.7 of that is the Lincoln site work, flat work project that's been shovel ready now, for 2 years. So this is literally a filter. This is just pulling out those projects in blue on the master list. Then what we've tried to do, because this is all about kind of teeing us up for, so we're not voting anything today, we're not really, unless people had specific questions, this isn't even really a conversation about priorities today, but to kind of help the committee see the forest for the trees, understand the big 5-year picture in the previous spreadsheet Mr. Marin was just showing, understand kind of from whom those priorities come. It is fair. Well, it's not quite right to suggest that something in an out year is a lower priority. It's maybe okay to think of it that way because some priorities on this list are just driven by, their age. Like there are things that we feel we may need to do in FY30, maybe strongly, but we don't need to do it right now. So that there is that distinction. There are certainly things in the out years that we've captured. Anything that's sort of represented FY26, which is the coming capital cycle, is seen as it's fair to say, a higher priority. But then within the things that Andrew has highlighted blue, that's really the subject of discussion for us. And I have some closing thoughts about how to sort of get us prepared for that discussion on July 18th, but, and I'll save those maybe for later. The memo that you got from us really focuses just on those items in blue for FY26 and describes what they are. Some of them are existing. We know they're in play, like Lincoln site work, flat work, the Lincoln chiller replacement project. We've talked a bit about that. There are a number of buildings for which there literally are no suggestions from administration for any kind of capital expense, other than a couple of district initiatives that kind of capture all of our buildings. So I wanted to ask Mr. Marin if there's anything I forgot in that sort of introduction. We could certainly just kind of go through the memo.
Before he jumps in, can you just explain the dates at the top? Is the date in parentheses the date that something starts, and the top one is when it's done, or could you just
What's
explain?
in parentheses kind of refers to the town meeting. So fall, so for fall, and capital's always a little funny about how the dollars are encumbered. So what we call the capital FY26 capital cycle is presented by capital planning at fall 24 town meeting. There are projects that we bring forward in the fall. Certainly a good example would be projects that need some additional design and engineering so that they're completed with bid documents in time to get contractors on board. So like school construction projects where you want to be ready to go first day of the summer, but that would be summer of 25. So capital presents a capital report. We have projects that we recommend to the town manager for funding by town meeting that we discuss. They're on the warrant. But if you read that capital report carefully, there are also priorities that we defer. We say we want to wait till the spring. Sometimes that might be simply because we're more confident as a town of how much money we have in the spring, especially given some of the unwelcome reports we've had around the dam or bridges and so forth. There are surprises that hit a town. And so we may say we want to defer this to the spring. So shorter answer is that top just refers to the capital fiscal year cycle. What's in parentheses, that refers to the town meeting at which it comes. So
Thank you.
To prepare for fall town meeting 24, that is the FY26 capital cycle. And we start sort of receiving departmental requests at the capital table. Our first meeting is on Wednesday, July 10th.
Great, thank you.
So does that make sense to just go through the, maybe highlight as we go through the memo? Would that be okay, Andrew?
Yeah. And I'll just add at the top just saying we're just thankful for kind of our continued partnership and feedback that we get from the Public Works team, from the Director Bob Bossier, and the Facilities Manager Pete Lawson. So their feedback is really invaluable to this process. And I think we start meeting with them maybe early May to start this process. And
Yeah, we've had several meetings, like face-to-face meetings, not Zoom, with Pete and with Bob, including the superintendent. So yeah, appreciate that very much.
all right, so we go to the memo.
Thanks.
So we'll start at the kind of district-wide. So you see on that report, we carried some upgrades for access control at each school, but then we grouped it into a district-wide project. For each project in itself doesn't really meet that capital threshold, which is $35,000. But together they make a very large project. So the first one here is access controls. So we're kind of running in parallel. We have the Lynch project that'll kind of go online next summer. And that has a new standard for access control system that's kind of an upgraded system from where we are today in the district. Right now we run we run the same system but two different versions and two different servers across the district. So if this goes through, it would kind of align us to migrate the remaining parts of the district at the same time next summer. So we're all on the same access control system and rebadge everyone. Have a new layer of security be in place.
Can I actually ask, now, I'm going to ask you a question that I didn't think to ask you as we were putting this together. How do we account for student IDs, like at the high school? Do we have, are those tied in any way to building controls or no?
Yep, currently it's tied into our existing system.
And
So that would be a migration as well.
Okay, and so then is that like is that an operating budget cost? Because obviously we graduate kids every year. We bring in eighth graders, now they're freshmen and so forth. So that wouldn't be a part of this. That's just part of an operating line item.
Right, yeah, right now it's just juniors and seniors. And so junior carries that with them, junior and senior year. So we replace one class at a time.
Okay, thank you.
And next at the district level, we have, I think we spoke to this previously in the last meeting, that our courier van, also known as the pony van internally, has died. It doesn't run anymore. It's a lot of failing systems with brakes and electronics on it. So we're putting forth the number to not only replace it, but kind of upgrade it to a new electric vehicle that kind of mirrors the efforts that we put forth on our food service side. So we've had some initial success with that so far, and the EV it's kind of a perfect vehicle for how we operate these vans with really short runs. We're not going so many miles on it. In the current van on the food service side, we charge it about once a week, and we get through the whole week for those. It's about 20 miles a day that we do.
And you have sufficient chargers in town that you can use, or maybe there'll be new ones at Lynch or somewhere?
That could be possible. Part of this project would be to include adding charging infrastructure. So when you buy these vans, it comes with the charger when you want to deploy it. There's some thoughts around that. We've wired the high school to be able to expand in parallel, add additional chargers to that, or it could be elsewhere if it's shared with facilities or not.
Great.
Can I just also add that this van, originally, we'd contemplated its replacement in a long-term, in a 5-year plan, so this is a little pre-COVID. The replacement of this van at one point was actually slated for FY19 and FY20. Not sure why it fell off. I'm not really going to blame COVID because I think it fell off a little before COVID. But long before then, it was becoming kind of a Band-Aids and duct tape vehicle with just an increasing number of maintenance issues. So we've definitely gotten our use out of it.
Definitely good for sustainability to try to use things to the absolute last moment. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think 17 years is a pretty good run.
Yeah.
Ambrose School.
You want me to just say a word about that? I'm just going to remind you. So from the May 28th memo, and then I think the follow-up on June 11th. So we're not going to be discussing the Ambrose roof project at this table. We'll just remind you that the engineers are working on a 90% design development package for elements of repair or replacement for a few small portions of that roof. That we're just not going to have that information in time, but that's ongoing and would be coming back to management and DPW. The expectation is DPW and town management's going to be advocating for that at the capital table. But once that information comes in, it will absolutely be shared with the school committee. But we just don't have that information.
You thought you were going to have it by July 18th. Is that still correct?
Is that?
You thought you were going to have it by July 18th, though? Is that still
No,
correct?
after July 18th.
Okay.
And just to clarify, and then there's like a 10-day review period with town and DPW to review it, ask questions and so forth. So it may get tweaked a little bit, but it's not going to come in time for our discussion on the 18th. And you've got phones?
Yep. So at Ambrose, we have been replacing a series of systems. We've upgraded the access points for Wi-Fi. We've upgraded their PA system that went down last summer that was failing. And we've been seeing a lot of system failures with the phone system there. It's an older system. We're looking to move it to a new VoIP standard that we use across the district. It's called IP-based, and would integrate with that new PA system that we have there.
Is the PA system, is that also like the access control systems? Are we moving to a new standard for the whole district based on the Lynch?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
So the carriage house, we've talked about this before. This is limited to just the roof replacement project. It's been a longstanding priority of DPW even before we talked about the central office design project. It's in terrible shape. So this is really just an effort to kind of maintain the asset. Given the work that TAP-A did with our detailed CAD model and some of the details they've developed, we did get some preliminary numbers, and so this now accounts for 2 years of escalation with some design and pricing contingency. There are a number of, even community organizations that come forward. They've asked questions about the carriage house. Many, many years ago, we even kind of put out a non-binding request for statements of interest. So, if the district, and again, this sort of comes after the update to the master plan, but if the district should opt not to do something with it, point to the school committee, it is still an asset today, maybe an asset we can leverage in some way. So this is really just about stopping the damage associated with the roof. Then on the Lincoln Elementary School, again, if you've read the May 28th and June 11th updates, that chiller replacement project work is ongoing. So this ties back to the presentation we had. I think we were meeting at the high school auditorium that night. Mr. Lawson was there. I think Mr. Fallon was there as well with us. We discussed 4 or 5 options that were kind of developed, very, very conceptual, by the way, no drawings, just sort of words and descriptions. We funded, 3.5 years ago now, I think it was $60,000 for some conceptual work at Lincoln on how to address one of the failure of one of the chillers. That brought forward some ground-based options and some roof-based options that you guys will remember we discussed. So right at this time, management is having the engineering team focus on the roof-based option, but particularly to spend some more time on that to sort of verify and validate the capacity of the roof structure, the dunnage, what kind of piping would be necessary. Dr. Hackett's also just sort of, again, brought up the issue of roof access associated with that project. So that work is ongoing, but that's even further behind than like the Ambrose roof. So it's not going to be a part of our conversation for the capital summer cycle. But my last sentence here says, depending on when it is completed, it's possible it could always come back to capital later. This committee could certainly receive something after capital has already put together recommendations at the end of the summer and say, okay, now that we know this, we'd like to have a conversation maybe for a spring 25 request. And one other element, if I can throw you a curveball, can you go to the master 5-year spreadsheet, Andrew? And let's see if we can scroll down to Lincoln. And keep going, right there. Okay, so there is one new item, which is, you see core AC unit design and replacements. So that's not highlighted in blue. Something that is fair to say, Dr. Hackett, this is a new thing. DPW brought to administration's concern. There are some spaces at Lincoln that are actually cooled by a completely separate system, including superintendent's office and some administrative spaces. So these are loosely labeled.
We all know I need to be comfortable.
Kind of loosely core AC. What administration now understands is, although one of our chillers failed almost 4 years ago, which was the impetus behind that conceptual study. Like, what do we do about that? From a engineering systems approach, what do we do? And then with respect to which way we go, is it on the ground, is it on the roof? We talked about all that stuff. But reminding the committee, the building was renovated basically in 99 through 2001. There are other mechanical systems at Lincoln that are beginning to show their age. So what is new is that DPW has brought forward a concern about the infrastructure that cools some additional spaces. So we're not clear yet about kind of what the presentation is going to be to capital from DPW on this. A question has been asked. Perhaps this evaluation could be folded into the work that's going on right now, right, that addresses that failed chiller. And I think, Dr. Hackett, that message has been heard. So if you go back to
Can I just ask on that? So there's 2 failing chiller systems in the...
No, there are multiple sort of mechanical systems at Lincoln that provide cooling, heat, and ventilation. It's a smaller number of spaces that are cooled by a separate system. DPW is now, including the superintendent's office, so their DPW is now expressing some concern about the viability of that system and whether that should be looked at. So what administration has said is, okay, and I don't want to say piecemeal because that sounds like a pejorative. So Lincoln has mechanical systems that in the late 90s were designed, as near as I can tell, with good intent, the best of intent, sort of good practice. But it's not just one system, obviously, that ventilates and cools the building. It's multiple. And so given the age of those systems, does it make sense for us to respond to each system as it begins to show its age, as it begins to present reliability issues, and say, that's a capital project, we should address that system? Or is there an alternative, which is to say, okay, wait a minute, if we have this, and now we think we have that, can we look at those sort of two together? Can we rethink how we go about cooling these spaces.
It reminds me of the access control and other issues we have, where we have lots of different things in lots of different places that maybe having, and maybe there, if this and this, but are there 3 other things? You're like, should we just take an inventory of what we have and,
Right.
and figure out if there's a single, approach, whether it has multiple systems in it or not? That was all I was
And
curious.
some of the equipment that cools those core spaces is also on the roof at Lincoln. So it may well be that it makes sense to continue to think about these 2 issues separately. But it also is a good idea to kind of deliberately say, and because we have an engineer on board right now, can we go back and evaluate this? So this is just an ongoing conversation, because this other system and these spaces are not currently in the scope of the engineer that's doing that work. But I think the administration has made clear our preference to just, now that you have them on board, they're familiar with the building, they've reviewed the documents, can we have that conversation? So I just wanted to offer that as a sidebar, because that may actually affect kind of the direction that our current, Lincoln air conditioning project is going.
And just to be clear, it's not a chiller just for my office. I don't have my own chiller, okay? There are several other spaces.
Aaron's office is covered too.
I'm not going to go into details.
But no, that makes sense to do it smarter.
Yeah. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Then next under Lincoln, the site work, flat work project, nothing's changed.
Can I
You
ask a
guys are-
quick question about
I'm
that,
sorry.
Mr. Nixon? Can I ask a quick question about the Lincoln Flat Work? Given that this has sat at the top of our priority list for several years, it may be a cost issue that it's not getting funded. We don't have enough money in the Building and Stabilization Fund. It seems the scope of which might be part of a debt exclusion override or something at this point, given the size of it. Is there any way to pull back on the scope of this project to address the safety issues and get the work done? And because I'm concerned that the cost keeps escalating. The scope, I know, initially included an outdoor patio classroom area that wasn't a safety issue, but it was while we're here, let's add this in. Is there any way to pull back on the scope
That's a
of
great
this to
question.
get it better?
What I can tell
To
you
get the
is
safety issue funded?
I think that the cost, so there was an area just in front of the building as it faces Mystic Valley Parkway, where teachers have reported they like to bring kids during the day when they can. In
Right.
fact, I was just there last week, pointed out that these kids even come up to Dr. Hackett and wave at him through the window.
Face on the window.
I mean, it's wonderful because, during the day, this is before school was out, there are parts around the building that are actually kind of shady and comfortable, but only if you have shelter from the sun.
Right.
These kids they're sitting on the grass, they're sitting on the ground. It's obviously difficult for the teachers to be doing that as well. So the interest was, can we just be a little more intentional? Can
Right.
we literally just with pavers and some seating, create a place where we can have kids for that outdoor instruction and possibly even playtime? But it only amounts to about like $80,000, I think. That's my memory. So it's a drop in the overall bucket. And what you'll notice is, we bumped this up to 1.7 from 1.6. The previous year it was 1.5. So if we were to pull something like that out, all we're doing at best is saving ourselves like a year of escalation. So what's really driving the cost is we have so many walkways and pathways and treads and risers and building stairs and handrails that are
Right.
falling apart. I mean, it just needs to get ripped out and rebuilt. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of fat there to cut. But I believe this has been our top priority, certainly for the last 2 years, maybe 3. But the good news is it has actually worked its way
Right.
up the overall capital ranking list. In fact, this last cycle, last summer, this was the first project, if you will, below the line. Capital ranked a bunch of stuff, and if you looked at what was next, it was this. And perhaps there is a conversation to be, and let me just pause and say, I think that's a reflection of the capital planning committee's understanding of kind of what's going on out there and that it is deteriorating.
Right.
But to your point, the funds are limited to the extent we follow things like our policy around how much of the stabilization funds you want to put towards debt service.
Right.
as I think everyone is aware, certainly some of us are aware, there's an ongoing conversation at the select board table about whether that's the right approach when it comes to using stabilization funds. Should we be using more funds from stabilization to put towards debt service, which would allow us to pick off larger projects? We could do that. The consequence is we have less money available when it's time to buy things like a fire truck or an ambulance or what have you. So those are conversations that I look forward to, having with the select board. But I think the short answer to your question is there's not a lot we can do here.
There's not even any way to address the scope of the stairway project to still provide access to the building, but maybe not with the same scope that the original design envisioned.
I would just say that it is a significantly simplified project. It's an opportunity for me to remind folks, we're not proposing we rip everything out that's there today and rebuild it as it exists. We don't need 9 different pathways to Mystic Valley Parkway. So that's actually a maintenance issue for DPW. So we're actually reducing the access and egress to the building, but we did so with the input of the building-based leadership and leadership of the fire department. We looked at things like fire drills and how do you marshal these kids in and out of the building. So we still have plenty of access to Lincoln.
Right.
But we will have fewer pathways and fewer steps. So if we were to actually go in and rip out what's there and rebuild it, it would be over a $3 million project.
I just remember this project started at $800,000.
At what?
At $800,000 when we first projected
I'm going to clarify
it.
and push back. I would say it actually started at 1.2 to 1.3. My mistake is I was asked long ago when when Capital said, well, what if we just go forward with a design that really
Right.
simplifies? The question was asked, well, what might it cost? I'm the one who said, well, it would cost at least $800,000 and could possibly be much more. So I'm clearly technically correct. But I'll never respond to a question like that again. Because, I wanted to be realistic. It absolutely was going to cost at least $800,000. And it came in at 1.2 when it was kind of like in a schematic level. And then we did the design development, it was 1.3. Went back and looked at some of our calculations around cut and fill, some of the details, and then it became 1.4. And
Right.
really, the increase since then has just been about escalation, because the longer you wait, the more money it takes. Yeah.
I just want to get it done for Lincoln Elementary, so if there's any way we can take a fresh set of eyes at it to try to bring the costs down, that would be great.
Yeah, all I can say is I think it's been hacked back
Yeah.
substantially.
I
We
get it.
absolutely, and if we get rid of, a corner of the building that we're just saying be nice to put down pavers and seating for kids because they're trying to use the building on a nice day, they'd like to have a place to be that's out of the sun. If we feel that's not something we can stomach, that's easy. You just make that an ad alternate.
Right.
But based on our cost estimates, we're not saving a lot of money.
Okay.
But should this go forward, we would need to have a conversation about ad alternates anyway. And that may be something that has to go in there. If I move on, there's nothing for VO other than the district-wide building controls that Mr. Maron just mentioned. And then, Andrew, you want to talk about flooring replacement at Morocco?
Sure. Yeah, we have several classrooms, specifically in the K and first grade level wing of the building, that we really feel could use replacement. It's where the rugs are kind of used most, and you have students that'll be sitting on the rugs, doing activities and learning, and walking that area with the principal and with facilities. We feel this would be a good area to focus on updating them. There is abatement involved, so that's why there's a higher cost to this. It's about $20,000 per room that we're kind of conservatively estimating.
Can we just go over the existing floors and not have to abate them? Just since it's a temporary thing?
Yeah.
No? Because I thought there were rugs over the asbestos
We
tiles
don't know
before.
what's underneath entirely. Like,
Okay.
it's rug over asbestos tile, but it could be asbestos tile over another layer of asbestos tile. We don't really know.
Well, just since we're replacing the building soon, if that's.
The carpet just needs to be taken out. It's gross.
Yeah. No, that was my question. My understanding before was that there had been asbestos tile that wasn't deteriorated, that had carpeting over it that had been worn down. And so the question is, could you take the non-asbestos carpeting off of without disrupting and without having to do abatement, put carpeting down for a few years until we tear down the building? That was
We do have vinyl asbestos tile at Morocco. There may be areas where we have carpet over like a substrate that actually was put down with an asbestos mastic itself. You know,
Okay.
you could have hot adhesives.
Okay.
And we've had some extended conversation with Morocco PTO about this. There are certainly other areas they'd like to have recarpeted as well, but there's also this understanding that, you know, our commitment was to the, quote, life extension project. One doesn't want to put so much lipstick on the pig that
Right.
it no longer looks like the pig. I mean, there is, I think, a real, and we heard it literally from them, that you could do so much work at Morocco to improve every little thing that it sort of undermines the bigger cause, which is this was the first elementary school in Massachusetts designed in the open plan concept, which is not how we teach today as an instructional model. There are a lot of bones of the building that are failing and inefficient that really need to be addressed. And one can almost make it so nice that it's harder to see that. But it's been an ongoing conversation. I mean, they'd love to put down new carpet in the library. We've talked about that. So this was sort of, I guess, a compromise approach that I think the MESPA leadership seems to feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, I just didn't want to invest too much because then, to your point, you
Yeah.
know, then that might extend it even longer.
Yeah, I would like to say anecdotally.
I was going to say, I also don't want to have kindergartners and first graders sitting on rugs that are filthy either.
Yeah.
So,
So to be clear, first of all, I would never advocate it so it's an unsafe condition.
Yeah.
So that's.
I thought that's what you were
Oh,
saying.
yeah, I really wanted to actually expose the kids. Let's just break open all the
Maybe
asbestos and
maybe it's me's gone on
maybe we
too
can
long.
breathe it in some-
Yeah.
And I don't want them on dirty rugs either. I was talking about brand new clean rugs over it, but if that's not feasible, obviously we should do the minimum amount that's feasible so we can get through safely and comfortably until we can replace that building as soon as possible.
If Pete Lawson were here, he would tell you the story that when the executive director of the MSBA toured Morocco, on the same day they toured Lynch with his team, the comment was made, wow, you guys do a great job maintaining and keeping your buildings up. And that got back to Pete Lawson as a bit of a pejorative, like, thanks, Pete, because it didn't seem to make much of an impression. But really the point about Morocco, I mean, the MSB, it's a good thing that they appreciate we're maintaining our buildings. So I do want to be serious about that. But we just need to be mindful about kind of the investment we're putting into the building, given our commitment to a new Morocco.
and I also add, Mr. Nixon, this has also been on our capital list for a number of years, even back to when we were replacing sinks at Morocco, was the carpet replacement there, and was also identified as part of the life extension plan.
Yes,
So-
and I think the actual areas for replacement you see here are sort of scaled back
Yep.
to your point. It's those spaces where kids are just physically sitting during the day. Yeah. Nothing for Parkhurst other than the district-wide controls project. And of course, we've put a lot of money into that building anyway to get it ready for swing space. And then my comment here on McCall, and I say it's my comment, that this just summarizes what you've already seen in the May 28th and the June 11th memos. So Gale Engineering, same firm that I just spoke about at Ambrose, was charged in the same project with coming up with design development for McCall Middle School. Same issue. We're not going to have that information until much later in July, maybe end of July, once it gets through to town and engineering and planning for review. This is going to be it's a bigger project. We have more roof areas that need repair or replacement. We have different types of roofs. We have shingle, we have sheet rubberized, we have some flat, we have some pitched. There's also masonry work that's needed at McCall on adjacent, cheek walls, and that's all a part of their evaluation. The conceptual report, some of you may remember, I don't know if Dr. Matthews was following this at the time, but when they came through and did just a conceptual review of Ambrose, McCall, Public Library, and Town Hall, without a doubt, it was clear that on the school side, the priority really should be McCall. The McCall roof is older than Ambrose, and it's in worse shape. there were really only two very small areas at Ambrose that warranted actual roof replacement, and that includes the top of the overrun for the elevator. So like the elevator shaft, if you think about it, has to have a roof on it. It's like 8 feet by 10 feet. Their recommendations were more kind of limited repair work at Ambrose to get many more years out of it. So that's kind of the gist of what they're working on for Ambrose. At McCall, I think we're going to see much more in the way of actual re-roofing. So that is going to be a bigger number. But just like Ambrose, we're expecting it's DPW and town management that's going to be advocating for that at the Capitol table. Want to talk about cameras?
Sure. Yeah, so two additional things on McCall. One, on the security side, I think this committee has seen how we've kind of similar pattern where the new Lynch is standardized to a new camera system. And since then, we have moved the district from an older aging camera system to this new system. And then we've had a focused effort on schools that did not have cameras. So McCall, Morocco, and Lincoln had no camera infrastructure. So McCall being such a large building, we did an initial phase to get key cameras in the perimeter and some main hallways of the building. Through that project, we were able to run some additional cable, but we were not able to install all the cameras that kind of those priority areas were focused on based on feedback from our SROs and building administration there. So this project would deploy those additional cameras to areas that we were able to run cabling to and some areas that we did not get cabling to and would install those cameras on. And the next part is we'll call it the kitchen servery project. So the current McCall serving area, the kitchen, cafeteria, is kind of a single serving line for all the students to come through. And this effort would change it to kind of where there'd be 2 lanes. You can kind of come in left and right side and out kind of centrally. So there'll be different components for the meals, and then you would check out on your way out. And then this would also upgrade the dishwashing room there, the equipment, and then purchase the equipment in terms of kind of the FF&E around trays and serving utensils. So to move from a completely disposable service, which was on styrofoam, it's going to compostable next year. But now we get to the reusable component, which is really the utopia for serving.
Can I make an observation on this too, that it's a problem for me that we have kids at McCall that have less than 10 minutes to eat their lunch. And that's happening because the current arrangement is the single serving line. Our assistant principals will go around and they point at certain tables and say, you can get up now and go get your lunch. Not everybody's at the short end of the stick every day. I mean, there's some tables who get picked first, but there's some tables who get picked last. Because we now offer free lunch, we're seeing some increased participation. So we've got more customers trying to get their lunch through a single line. I mean, my own kid has reported, she says to me she has less than 5 minutes to eat her lunch someday. I mean, those are the days when her table gets picked last. So, I mean, anything we can do, particularly since this is looking like more of a permanent condition moving forward where we're going to have free lunch available, for kids, I think we're going to see that sustained participation rate. And we need to find a way to just move the kids through more efficiently.
And we had a note on funding on this too. So although it is capital funding eligible, we may have opportunities within the existing nutrition services revolving funds for our balance there, or as we go through our next RFP, which will be happening next year for food service, we incorporate that into the contract and you sort of amortize that cost over the 3 or 5 years, whatever you contract for.
And for what it's worth, I sort of favor that approach, at least for a part of this, because there are just so many other true capital needs we have that don't have other sources of funding. So I think it's a viable thing to consider.
You favor the nutrition services revolving fund?
Yeah.
There were 2 choices there. I was trying to figure out.
I'm saying, when you have options for a capital eligible project, that your funding options are something outside the capital and building stabilization fund, I think it's a good thing to seriously consider that. What I haven't asked Mr. Marin yet, and the committee may want to know, is if we did that, what would that look like? And obviously, it depends if you were going to amortize it over what length of time. And so what impact might that have on fees is a question we would need to know. To our earlier point, because we just had a brief conversation today about, do we want to change fees? So if we wanted to go that route, I think it'd be helpful to kind of model that a little bit, but I think it's really a worthy project for us to consider.
I was going to ask the same thing, Mr. Nixon. I want to know if the contract cost was higher or paying for it outright is higher.
Yeah, I
Like,
think we need to understand what
Which
those,
is going to cost us more over time.
we need to understand those options.
And what the
Yeah.
pipeline of other similar projects in our other buildings are going to be.
Yes.
Okay, and then we pivot to the high school. The note here, again, going back to the May and June memos. So as you guys know, we're moving forward on the high school concrete repair remediation project. So I haven't heard back from Chris Conway. Do we know, did Spillane get in yesterday? They were scheduled to.
I'm not positive.
And so, since I didn't hear otherwise, I believe they did. So yesterday, so the EFPBC authorized SGH, Simpson, Gumperson, Hager, who's our forensic engineer. They developed plans and specs for a surface-applied corrosion inhibitor. Remember, our concrete deterioration at the high school is happening. There's kind of two pathways. In one pathway, we're having rebar corrosion from below, where high humidity levels have contributed to carbonation of the concrete. So that normal sort of protective pH level has eroded to the point that the steel has begun to rust, and that's the spalling and the delamination. There are products whose efficacy are proven in the lab to stop that corrosion if it's happening, and also to prevent it from happening if conditions are ripe for that. This is a surface-applied corrosion inhibitor. It requires they actually power wash the concrete, get it super clean, you let it dry for a period of time, and then you apply, you spray this on. Anyway, the engineer has two different products that they recommended, and so they identified kind of two test mock-up areas at the high school in two different wings of the building, and they're each about 100 square feet. That work was supposed to happen actually yesterday. Contractor was coming in to clean and prep the concrete, get the corrosion inhibitor applied, and then we wait 30 days. If those products are absorbed into the concrete, as we expect they will be, then we'll know this, because at the end of 30 days, they take some more concrete cores, they go to the lab, and they will evaluate the depth into the concrete that this product has penetrated. If we get favorable results from that testing, then we will know either both or one of those products would be highly recommended to actually just apply to the underside of the concrete building-wide, where we have those risks today. But we can't do this, can't make the recommendation yet, because all concrete is different. Even though we know what the concrete spec was for 1970, you all have seen the concrete trucks on the road. So did you really get what you paid for? They didn't pour all the concrete here at once, which is why SGH wanted to do the test in a couple of areas. So we need to actually test this and see if we're getting the penetration that we want. If we do, that's great. But to the memo I think I shared, it's in the May or June memo, we won't really have definitive results and confirmation until mid-August. But if we get that, if there is clear and convincing evidence that this product is going to work, the cost for that is around $600,000, $600,000 to $650,000. And here we're just talking about applying this in the crawl space to deal with the moisture issue. The other element of the concrete deterioration is the topside damage that we've all seen. And that actually came from salts, from chlorides. That's the hallway we've seen, it's the buckling tile, it's the swelling carpet. To fix that means some selective demolition, some other products that are applied to stop that from continuing to happen, and then you are kind of rebuilding things, so including like a chunk of the guidance department. So all in, between the topside work and the underside work, it looks like it's around $1 million. So just be mindful of that, because we're obviously moving forward with the capital process. But if we get results in August that strongly suggest the surface applied product is something that's effective, I would make the case, and I think others on the EFPBC would make the case, better to act sooner rather than later. Do we propose that that somehow gets paid through a capital process? Don't know. We would have to talk about that. Is that a free cash allocation? Is it an ARPA discussion? We don't know, but it's moving. So, why don't you talk about the other stuff under the high school?
Sure. So continuing the theme of safety and security, we have 2 additional items for the high school. One is there are physical security gates you'll see in the hallways. We're looking to make an upgrade so they're easier to deploy those. Right now, if you deploy it, you kind of have to, there's a process to engage it, and then you kind of have to walk around the whole building to get back on the other side. And there's also some requests to modify some doors in the hallways to have badge access, to be able to go in and out, where those currently don't lock. And it helps with kind of the operational hours for here and who has access to the building during what times of the day. And the second part is security camera repairs and upgrades. So there are several cameras that are no longer functioning or need some work on the fiber going to them. And then some areas that the building administration and school resource officers have identified where they would like additional cameras to be present. So that's what's in this request here.
So the internal gates, Mr. Mayor, and any of the work that we're doing, I know we had an ADA audit a few years ago. None of the work we're doing is going to affect the accessibility of these doorways or hallways by this work, is it?
No, so these are gates that come down and just block your access to this hallway altogether. Yep. That's just changing the controls of those.
Okay.
Yep.
And the doorway with badge capabilities, that's just changing the pad, not the doorway itself.
Right, yeah, be looking to modify like the push bar on there, and they would integrate into the access control system.
So I guess will the push bars be ADA accessible?
Yep, that's a goal. Yeah, it would all
Okay.
be, part of that quote.
Thank you.
Yep, correct.
So we're certainly open to questions, but what I was hoping is that what the committee could do is, review this memo again, look at the big grid that Andrew was sharing earlier, and you can look at the summary tabs too if you like, but you may see things on this grid. Anything in blue FY26 is captured in some way in this memo. If a committee feels like, well, that can wait, that doesn't need to be 26, that can be next year, that's helpful to hear. And conversely, if there are things in 27 that you see that you have questions about, why isn't that a 26 priority and a 26 request? We can have that conversation as well. So when you look at that master grid, you will find there are things shaded in blue that, may go beyond FY26. We can punt things from 26 to 27. There may be things on the DPW list that you see that you feel strongly should be up for discussion at the school committee table. Hopefully not many, they should be pretty straightforward. But if you feel we need to talk about it, we can. One thing I do just want to clarify, can you scroll up to McCall? I'm going to talk about that tank, because that's a big item. Underground fuel tank. $300,000, it's in the out year, this from DPW, Pete is suggesting FY30. There is a fuel oil tank in front of the McCall Auditorium, and so this request, it took me a little bit by surprise only because in 2016, the school committee actually voted, we approved a deed restriction on a fairly large parcel of land with, we have monitoring and testing wells in that parcel, and my understanding is the tank was drained and we agreed to a monitoring process with Mass DEP and literally transferred some rights to the property to do that. So my understanding is that was the recommendation in 2016 in lieu of pulling the tank. And I mean, my memory of it is really no more clear than what I just shared, but I was able to go back. I have since forwarded to Mr. Marin and Dr. Hackett the plans, the actual, the legal deed restriction that we voted on. And Pete Lawson and Meg White were a part of that at the time, so we've looped them in. That is something I think we need to just have more conversation about and understand, is that necessary? And if it is, because there will be questions that may come up, which is, well, you know, then if that's necessary, why FY30? And where does that number come from? And remind us, why didn't we do that back in, 2016? So just need to get a little more information.
What is the "it" when it says underground fuel tank? Do we know what the "it" is? Is it like securing it somehow, making it more safe, removing it?
Say that again?
Like what is underground fuel tank?
Removal.
It's removal of a
That's the
fuel
request,
tank.
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So maybe we could add the word removal
Oh,
in
did I
there.
miss something?
I didn't know if it's like fill it with concrete or.
In
who
the
knows?
first column, Mr. Nixon, or
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Maron,
It-
underground.
It's really about removal, and I mean, I thought we actually didn't have any more underground fuel tanks, and when I saw that, I had to go back and refresh my memory that, no, we left it. Initially, I thought we were doing monitoring because there had been a leak, but the tank had been pulled, but it
Right.
was not pulled. It
Got
was
it.
just left in place.
Got it.
So we just got to figure that one out a little bit, because the deed restriction that the school committee approved 8 years ago is very restrictive. You're not actually allowed to dig down more than 10 feet without getting an LSP on board and notifying Mass DEP. So because we've now put all these restrictions on the parcel, and you can imagine it's a kind of an onerous thing to actually pull a fuel tank out of the ground anyway, but we've now actually created some
Harder.
additional sort of regulatory layers to this, which would presumably make it even a little more complicated. So we're trying to kind of revisit some history on that one. That's all.
All right.
What are you looking for from us today?
Oh,
What are you
I-
looking for
I
from us
think-
today, Mr. Nixon?
You were just presenting that?
What we're looking for from you
Said
guys is.
consideration, that's why I was curious.
So we're not, there's no, the agenda kind of suggested maybe consideration or a vote. There's none of that. This was just
Okay.
to give you guys an overview, 5 years out, including priorities from DPW, which hopefully you have. I think our expectation is going to be that we'll have a conversation on the 18th about priorities, and it'll be frankly just the projects that are in this memo. But if there are things that the committee members feel strongly, shouldn't be up for discussion, like, for instance, the McCall servery, like, let's find other ways to pay for that. There could be consensus around that, and that comes off the table. I mean, that makes it pretty easy. There may be, can I ask you to pull up your 5-year grid one more time?
Which I really appreciate we've gone back to, Mr. Maron.
What's that?
Thank you. The 5-year grid's really helpful to have gone back to.
It's all Mr. Maron. If you scroll, I actually stop right there. So access controls are they're a sort of quote-unquote modest cost until you get to the high school. So that's a big number, right? 131. If the committee wants more information about that, you should be asking. There is a threshold for capital. It's $35,000. If it's below 35, it's not considered a capital request. Does it make sense to even kind of put the high school piece aside and lump in access controls on the other school buildings, and then we're able to address a certain number of buildings at a more modest price, but under one contract with a contract? I mean, these are the kinds of things we can and should be thinking about, because if you go to capital with few things, but they all have really, really high price tags, it may stop us from making progress on some things. So a question actually I would have for Mr. Maron and Dr. Hackett would be, on that particular example, does that make sense? Does it make sense to consider pulling the high school out and lumping the others, or do you feel strongly about making progress altogether? Because I don't have a preference, but those are the questions. If you can funnel them through email to these two, I think will help us be better prepared for that.
Yep.
Great.
I think my only outstanding question is there are a number of things that are TBD that sounds like we're getting just after the capital process.
Say that again?
It seems like there are a number of things that are TBD that we're getting just after the capital process, but are on our FY '26. So do we rank those on the 18th, even though we won't have money for them, per se, of how much they will cost? Or do they push to FY '27?
So some of those things, and again, refer you back to the memo, we're simply acknowledging these are projects that exist. They're
Right.
making some progress on their own, but we're actually not going to be voting or prioritizing those because they are already underway, and we have an understanding about
But they're not funded, right?
who will be advocating. But to your point on funding, I think you all remember this. Capital Planning came to the Select Board back in like November, I think, and said, you know, we have the money to fund design and engineering for a whole host of projects, but we don't have the money to actually get them done, to actually build them. The request of the board was to commit to coming up with a funding plan, not to give capital the money or to say actually what the plan was, but to commit to coming up with a plan. By late December, early January, management had developed for the board a list of 25-ish projects that, whose project cost was going to be in the $25 to $30 million range. That included placeholders, by the way, for Winchester High School gymnasium project, which of course is now funded. It included repair and remediation of the concrete. By the way, I think Beth Rudolph's number at the time was $2 million, so the good news is it doesn't look like we're going to be anywhere near that. But it all added up to well over $25 million. And the conversation, you may remember, with the board was, and is there an appetite for like a debt exclusion override to accomplish a lot of these projects? They talked a lot about it, but didn't come to that consensus. So that is the elephant in the room. Because at the end of the day, the board and management said to Capital, we still want to move forward with the design and engineering. So all of that investment, you can think of as sort of now it's coming home to roost. Because on top of all this stuff, we've got things like, there's going to be a proposal to put a new roof on Town Hall, a proposal for a roof at the library, new library windows, not cheap. You can imagine, given the nature of Winchester Public Library. Every department in town virtually has some realistic needs that aren't going to be cheap. And we don't have the resources in the stabilization fund for it. So I think that conversation is going to have to be had at the select board table, how we go about paying for it. Some of it may be CPA eligible, but we don't have CPA dollars now. And that may be a part of the conversation.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
I was going to move, since it's around or about or past 12:15 at this point, on to
Or 3:15 in the morning, depending on what time zone you're in.
anticipated future agenda items, elementary literacy, subcommittee updates, fees discussion for future years, 24-25 subcommittee assignments, estimated end-of-year financial report, capital planning priorities, more of that, and superintendent evaluation. Future meeting dates, July 18th and August 8th.
Did we want to look at the calendar? We had a conversation about the calendar last time and suggested trying to move to Thursdays, and I believe it was submitted earlier that we just didn't. We skipped to get right to literacy.
Do we have?
And can somebody remind me, was the meeting on the 18th, were we presuming that was an evening or morning?
Morning.
Zoom.
So July 18th is a Thursday.
Yep.
Mr. Nixon, it's up on if you look up.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Sure. So I think we'd come to general consensus that we were willing to try Thursdays at 6 moving forward, because it made a lot of sense for a lot of reasons, Dr. Matthews, but you weren't able to be with us. So we were waiting for your input on that, I believe.
Yeah. Thursdays, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
There are equal numbers of challenges.
Equal number of challenges to Tuesdays and Thursdays.
With Tuesdays and Thursdays, so all of it has to do with the meeting time, and I understand why we do 6 p.m., but it's always a stretch, so it's not a Tuesday versus Thursday thing.
Right.
But I do echo what you said about the niceness of waking up on Friday after the meeting as opposed to waking up on Wednesday after the meeting. So.
Yeah.
I think my only other question about meeting times is, you, Dr. Hackett, had said, sort of like considering where we're going with the output of this really impactful conversation we had today, July 18th is 3 weeks away and already halfway through the summer. I'm just sort of wondering, I mean, I know why we did that. I think that's the next feasible time we can actually meet, but I don't know whether there's.
The other option would be July 4.
Well, and that-
Ironically, I'm here then. I'm hoping to take a couple of days that week of the 8th with a family thing, and then, the other challenge of this is that we have also others in this room who we are looking to take some time too.
Yeah, of
So I
course.
think that just, the 18th, I think, is reasonable in terms of us being able to come back and have some kinds of preliminary recommendations and a little bit of a deeper conversation perhaps too. And it will also be helpful for, once you get me your questions and we get more data, that might also change the nature of the discussion too.
I think what I was trying to say is it looks like a very heavy agenda for the 18th, and I'm just worried about, we're already into hour 5 today.
So on the 18th, I would be presenting my self-evaluation, which would not take me long to do.
Okay.
And then I think some of the other things capital, we'll come back to it. This is a pretty thorough overview now, so hopefully people will be at a place to be able to have feedback and.
So those are future agenda items,
Not
not
next
necessarily
meeting.
next meeting
Yeah.
agenda items.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
just being clear
Yeah.
that
Yeah. The estimated.
So those would be July and August items.
if that would be trying to cram it all into July 18th, that would be.
That would be a lot.
No,
I mean, we could just get lunch delivered and
Right.
move in.
Might be a
breakfast
better
too.
idea.
Yeah, breakfast too.
Brunch. Nice brunch. The-
Stipend for our Zoom lunch.
Mr. Hopcroft, am I to anticipate that those are July 18th and August 8th items?
They're future agenda items.
Yeah, okay.
So I would say that they are,
And July 18th is in the future.
and July 18th is in the future, and some of it will come up on July 18th, and some of it on August 8th, but.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I wouldn't want to commit for the chair that all of it would happen in those 2 meetings.
Yeah, it might happen in 3 meetings.
Correct.
And I appreciate your comment to Mr. Matthews about the literacy, and I think, Dr. Hackett, did I hear you correctly that that doesn't mean the work is stopping between now and July 18th too? You committed to some listening sessions or
Yes,
some
so-
opportunities for parents to?
Try to get at least, as I mentioned earlier, I've kind of locked in this Thursday, but then I was just corresponding with a collaborative to do at least one more relatively soon in July, maybe even next week.
Okay.
And then maybe do something early August or late July, just trying to pace it out for people who are going to be gone and not available too, so.
And those will be Zoom or
Those will
in
be
person?
Zoom. Yeah,
And will you
public.
be able to push that out over Parent Square?
Yes, I'm
and-
hoping to be able to push out today what those dates would be.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
All right, anything else, or just one more
With
thing?
respect to closing out the end of the year in finances, I know you were telling us that since you've been here, can't recall when we've actually discussed and voted to prepay tuitions. We did for a long time. I think it's good for us to be having that conversation and
It'll be a short
understanding.
discussion based on how things are going right now.
Okay,
May not be much of a vote,
okay. Thank you.
but yes, we'll come back to you with that on the, at the next
Again,
meeting.
my understanding is it can be pretty late because I think Stacy makes journal entries in
Yeah,
August, but I would
Yeah.
hate for us to be talking about it in August. Late August, I mean, maybe
yes,
August.
no, it'll be the 18th, no question.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Ms. Bolognese, do you have anything? I know it's late for us here, but for you, it's probably very early at this point.
No, I was just going to say that, yes, I was wondering about the actual dates of those, of the question Q&A sessions. But it sounds like information is coming out on that. Yes, July 18th does sound very busy. I do have a memo on the evaluation process that I've been meaning to send out. So before I traveled, but I will send it out over this week.
Excellent. All right, unless anyone wants to keep going. I take a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Technically, it should be a roll call vote. But,
Oh, I heard.
It was.
I don't think anybody's going to argue with us on that one, Tom.
was it- well,
I heard Karen so clearly in this
Okay.
meeting, and it